Good morning, everyone. We might get started. Thank you for joining us today for the program Starting at Zero, a symposium exploring textiles and fibre art. My name is Catherine Woolley, and I'm one of the co-curators of the exhibition Pliable Planes, Expanded Textiles and Fibre Practices, which I've curated with my colleague Karen Hall. Today we're meeting on Bidjigal and Gadigal land in the Eora Nation. At UNSW Art and Design, we acknowledge the two language groups as we're situated on a boundary line. So this indicates that for a long time, this has been a place of meeting, of sharing, exchanging knowledge. And that's a sentiment that we try to bring through in our programming at UNSW galleries. As we spend time today thinking about textiles and fibre, it's also important to recognise the long and rich history of art making, fibre practices, textiles and weaving that have been developed over millennia by First Nations people and continue to be a really significant form of cultural expression and renewal today. I'd like to extend my respect to the First Nations people that have joined us today, whether on site or online through the live stream. I'm really delighted that we're joined by 8 of the exhibiting practitioners today, many of which who have travelled interstate to be here. And it's really wonderful to have borders open again and to make space to have these kind of conversations. To briefly outline the structure of the day, we'll be starting with 2 panel discussions, then we'll have an hour break and come back with a keynote address from Antonia Syme, Director of the Australian Tapestry Workshop, and then finishing up with another panel discussion. At the end of each session, we'd also like to open up dialogue to the audience, so we'll save some time for some questions as well. Just for some housekeeping, the bathrooms are just through this door and you can either go down the stairs or through the elevator. And before we jump into discussions, I'm just going to provide a brief introduction to the exhibition and outline some of the key ideas that Karen and I were thinking through as we were developing the project. Pliable Planes draws together 12 practitioners who are reimagining practices in textiles and fibre art and exploring the vast potentials of working with textiles as a material, as well as a process and a conceptual field. Textiles and fibres are inextricably linked to lived experience. Every single day, we're interacting with cloth in some way. It's the clothes we wear, it's the bed sheets that we're getting into at the end of the day. It's a material that's both private and public, providing us with shelter, protection, comfort. It's also supporting constructions of identity, society, culture, and community. Weaving technology has been at the forefront of the industrial and technological revolutions. And with these new production processes, we're constantly testing the limits of materiality and pushing functionality and design into new territories. Textiles and fibre are increasingly becoming a site of rigorous, critical investigation for contemporary artists and designers. And we can really see that rigour in each of the projects contributed to Pliable Planes from the exhibiting artists. The exhibition takes its title from a 1957 essay by American artist, weaver and writer Anni Albers. And her ideas in this text became a point of departure and a way for Karen and I to think about the conceptual framing for the exhibition. A former student of the Bauhaus, Albers was initially interested in studying glass or painting or architecture. Instead, she was offered a position in the weaving workshop, a field that was regarded more suitable for women's work at that time by the school's founder, Walter Gropius. Despite her initial hesitancy towards studying textiles, I believe she terms it like against her will, she studied textiles. She soon became really fascinated with unpacking all of the material and structural qualities of weaving. In the essay, The Pliable Plane, she begins to consider the process of weaving through an architectural lens, likening it to building. And she posits textiles as pliable and flexible, yet fundamentally structural and spatial. This kind of transdisciplinary approach to thinking through form, materiality, and function in contemporary textiles was really interesting for Karen and myself. While many artists in the exhibition are still incorporating techniques that might be more expected of a textiles process, like weaving, embroidery, knitting, sewing, the artists are also exploring broader conceptual and aesthetic possibilities. Exhibiting artists are reflecting on the use of textiles to chart social and cultural change. They're responding to historical modes of production and labour and underlying histories of domesticity and gendered labour. There's a really broad range of media, from expanded painting to ceramics, assemblage, installation, sound and video. And we intentionally kept it really expansive and broad and quite interdisciplinary to disrupt expectations of how a textiles practice should look, or how it's defined and used in contemporary practice. Alongside the project, there'll also be an accompanying publication which features new writing from Katie Dyer, Vicky McKinns and Sophia Kai that will be available for pre-order shortly, and we're really excited to be launching that. Anni Albers has also inspired the title of this symposium, Starting at Zero. She had an enduring interest in the material limitations and the possibilities that these constraints offered. She often encouraged her students to start at the point of zero. So she would tell them to think, if you're on an island, stranded, what materials can you use to make your textiles practice? So that kind of advocation to rethink the fundamentals of textiles and then test their boundaries became really interesting. Thank you for making the time today to come and see this. I'm really looking forward to the rest of the discussions. Our first panel is titled Gridlocked, and it considers the ongoing influences of geometric abstraction and minimalism in textiles practices. The panel is moderated by James Gatt. I might invite James and the rest of the panelists to come and take a seat. James is an independent curator and writer, and also associate director at Sarah Cottier Gallery. James is joined by exhibiting artists Akira, Lucia Dorman, and Jacqueline Stojanovic. Together, they're going to be discussing the inherent nature of the grid within textiles practices and consider underlying design principles, including symmetry, repetition of modular elements, the direct use and presentation of materials, and the elimination of the non-essential. I might hand it over to you. Thank you, James.
Is working? Hello. Morning, everyone. It's so nice to see so many familiar faces. Hello to everybody that I know, and hello to everybody that we don't know. And I'd also like to acknowledge that we're meeting on the unceded land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay my respects to all First Peoples that have gathered here today, and to anyone that is past, present and emerging. Congratulations to Karen and Catherine on a fantastic exhibition. I went to the opening last night. It's great to get with people again and see art. I work in a gallery, and a lot of people are viewing art online only these days. It's very frustrating, it's very boring. So it's great to get together, look at work, and especially work of this nature, work that has such texture, such warmth to it. Also, you know, as a curator, it's always fascinating to me to see the unique assembly of artists that make an exhibition, and what a fantastic group of artists Catherine and Karen have assembled, a couple of whom are very near and dear to my heart in particular. And I'm really grateful to them for welcoming me here today to talk to these fantastic artists whose practices I'm not so familiar with. But we had a coffee this morning, had a really great time just getting to know each other. That's all part of the experience too. So we're going to talk today about the grid. It's kind of got a kind of theoretical position in terms of the practices of these three artists. As Catherine said, we welcome questions at the end. I'll just ask, given the length of the conversation, that you do ask questions rather than making rambling statements, as often happens at these panel discussions. And please direct them to any artists that you wish. Try and keep them brief so that we can get through anybody that has a question to ask. Okay, so I'll quickly run over these fantastic artists. I'm joined today by Akira, Lucia Dorman, and Jacqueline Stojanovic. Akira was born in 1981 in Japan, currently lives in Perth. He's an artist who makes things, cooks every day, and occasionally teaches. His practice is centered around notions of abstraction, embodied practices, and intuitive experimentation with processes and materials. Jacqueline Stojanovic was born in 1992 in Melbourne. She lives and works between there and Langwarrin, Victoria. She's an artist and weaver engaged in an expanded textile practice that considers histories of the handmade through the processes of weaving, drawing, assembly, and installation. And Lucia Dorman was born in 1967 in Melbourne and currently lives and works in Adelaide. Dorman's abstract paintings reveal the nature and structure of the canvas itself through an expanded textiles process. Her work traces connections between pattern and repetition, marking the passing of laboured time whereby unmaking becomes making. So we'll dive straight into the questions. I'd like to start by asking the panel how each of you defines the grid in your practice. Maybe we'll start with you, Akira.
Okay, thanks everyone for coming. It's so nice to be here after having been sort of locked away in WA for so long. The grid for me is both a device that prompts me to do something and also something that spills out from. I was thinking earlier, maybe you could sort of imagine the Dyson, the fan diagram, how the air comes out of the fan and then sort of spills out to all part of the room or something. Both the organizing, the origin, but also what can be fit in.
I guess for me, the most important aspect of the grid in my work is actually the structure of painter's canvas, which is a grid of threads at right angles that, because of the way it's structured, I can actually pull it apart and unravel its threads back to those weft threads and warp threads, as well as the structure of the canvas. All of my patterns are actually grid-based patterns because in my work, the way that I make my thread paintings is how I call the works. I start off with a symmetrical pattern, because once I unravel those threads and halve them and knot them onto the aluminium bars, it kind of develops that half of the pattern, if that makes sense. So I start off with the grid as the basis of all my patterns.
For me, the grid, I think, is the lens that I see pictures through and weaving through. As a weaver, it's also the starting point. A lot of weavers' drafts are on gridded paper, and so you kind of can't escape that form. But by extension, I think it's the most reductive way to view any kind of woven fabric or any kind of image. The same way you look at a digital image, it comes down to a series of pixels. So I think, I would also see the world through this gridded lens as well.
Following on from that, in her seminal essay, Rosalind Krauss, the essay is called Grids, she describes the grid as an armature of organization. Does the grid help all of you to organize your compositions? And if so, how? Maybe we'll start with you, Jacqueline, because it's a great segue from what you were just saying.
It definitely helps me. I mean, not only because I'm literally working on a gridded structure, but I do a lot of drawings are sort of, it's kind of like a meditative thing to take away my body from weaving, just to have a different type of action. But I've found that I'm always drawn to grid paper or graph paper. So yeah.
What about that translation that you're talking about between the 2-dimensional and the 3-dimensional for the grid, as you're talking about it as a grid paper, but also a lens? How do they interact for you?
I'm not too sure. No, I'm not too sure. I feel like maybe that's a bit more intuitive. Like when something becomes translated into a 3-dimensional object from the graph paper. I mean, it's kind of one and the same actually, just as the works in this exhibition are made on like reinforced metal mesh and wool. I would say that they're drawings made of wool, the same way I would draw on a piece of graph paper as well. Yeah.
Lucia, do you want to speak a little bit to that as well?
Yeah, so I draw up all my designs on gridded paper. They kind of start, so I don't know if you remember back in high school, and I don't know if they still have this, but do you remember that stencil? I think it's called a mathomat, and it's got like circles and triangles and squares. So that is my tool of choice. And I pretty much arrange patterns around a grid. So I tend to sort of work on a metre by metre square of canvas. So I kind of work on a 10 centimetre by 10 centimetre square. And I incorporate a lot of geometry, circles, that kind of thing. And yeah, so the grid is fundamental really in the development of all works.
And Akira, you've got a very specific grid armature that influences your compositions in this exhibition. Did you want to talk about that armature a little bit?
Yeah, so I've been needle pointing for about 6 years now, and this particular armature for this show, it's a perforated acrylic, and unlike tapestry canvas that I've used previously, the size is already set, so it really does give me a clear parameter of where I can begin and where I finish on individual pieces at least, but it also prompts or leads to a multiplication of piece after piece after piece after piece.
And we were talking earlier about this idea that the grid has a relationship to code. There's a kind of specific code that you're working with, but there's so many potential outcomes from that single code. And I think your work illustrates that in a very direct way, Akira.
Yeah, it's really, this is the previous work from 2018, and as you can see, it's all filled. But the most recent body of work, I just leave out any gaps that become apparent through the process of stab stitching, because although my intention is always to complete the width of the support, sometimes the thread gets frayed or tangled, so I have to cut it short, and I just leave them there. So I guess it's that 0 1 0 1 0 1 process, and unexpectedly it gets cut short, and yeah. So
and so do you want to kind of continue talking about the extension of this work, which is that from the grid you're talking about these incidental ruptures that happen throughout the process. You've then taken those incidental ruptures and translated them as a code that in order to produce a soundscape.
So what I find really both comforting and perhaps grounding, working with the grid is that, it does have a finite endpoint as an organizational structure. So, once I complete each piece, I count how many gaps have appeared on individual pieces. And then I organize those gaps into a Excel spreadsheet. I then put through that, I guess, a raw data, if I could put it that way, into a piece of software, which then turns into a series of musical notes. So, what ended up happening is this entirely incidental soundscape that come from just persevering with this very simple process of stub stitching day after day after day after day.
I think that has a really nice relationship to architecture, of course, bringing the composition of the grid physically into the space, the architecture that consumes or holds us as we're walking through the space. And, for early constructivists, for example, Alexander Rodchenko, he found influence in the grid of the skyscraper. It's one kind of direct relationship between architecture, but there's a architecture inherent to the grid, but it's also the architecture that it suggests that kind of is broader than it. And Jacqueline, I'm wondering if you want to talk a little bit about how the Loom is a kind of architecture that then references further architecture.
Yeah, sure. Well, maybe it's important to say that the large installation in this exhibition, it was for another exhibition in 2019 called Housework, which celebrated the centenary of the Bauhaus. And so I was given a very particular brief to kind of imagine a piece of architecture through the point of view of a weaver. And so I decided to use architectural materials, like quite literally. So it's made from industrial metal mesh that you usually use to lay concrete, but then, woven with these soft fibers that weavers need. But yeah, in thinking about all of that, I couldn't escape kind of thinking about my own culture and came to weaving as well. It was through which is through my experience traveling in Serbia, where my family are from, and spending a lot of time with the weavers there. And in this country that used to be Yugoslavia, they have a very particular style of architecture. It was not really aligned with East or West. And so during this period of time, the buildings took on new and exciting forms. And I feel like that kind of inherently gets fed into the grid works that I'm making, whether it be through the colors that I select, because when you're walking through the streets of Belgrade and you see these socialist apartment blocks, it's kind of like natural abstraction. There might be someone with an orange curtain on their window or a carpet draping over the balcony, but they're all in tones of grey or, white with the concrete. So yeah, the architecture feeds into the work quite literally in that way, but I feel it's all through my own free association and memories of spending time there.
And you also shared with us earlier a formative exhibition for you that directly referenced this kind of early socialist practice. Did you want to talk a little bit about that as well?
The Housework exhibition?
Visited with John Nixon.
Yeah. So also in the exhibition are collaborations with John and I, and we spent quite a bit of time talking about those types of things, which might be surprising because the works are, I don't think they directly reference it, but in the studio working together, we would often be talking about conceptual art figures like Mladen Stalinovic, or these types of groups like Group of Six Artists or Gorgona Group in Yugoslavia, who were doing really interesting conceptual art practices at that time. And they, reference previous things that were happening in Russia as well. But yeah, it was the formative moment. I was with John in London and we visited the Tate, and there was a great exhibition about that that Soviet history and the kind of posters and printmaking that they were doing there. So yeah, this was very much on point, and yeah.
Quite formative for you.
Yeah, very.
And I think even this work is a really fantastic example of this this idea that the early Russian and Ukrainian avant-garde wanted to emphasize, which is texture, or factura as it's known. And this work's a great example for emphasizing this relationship between different modes of constructing. So it's kind of constructing by adhering, very fixed shapes, but then also weaving into the grid, which kind of finds a soft seeping into the grid instead. And you've collaborated with John Nixon on several of these works where weaving and construction share a kind of similarity, and at the same time are completely different approaches to the same picture plane. Do you want to kind of talk a little bit to the different works you've worked on with John and that relationship between the types of construction? And maybe also it's interesting to, I'd love to also hear why you think John even invited you, why weaving was interesting to him to start integrating into his work.
Maybe I'll answer the last question first. I think John was interested in sort of everything. Yeah, very type of social practice. And I think you could see that with the materials that he used, very like quotidian materials, things you'd find just sort of around the house or around the streets sometimes. And then, you know, in that way, really engaged with what every artist was doing. Even though many people might think him to be just a painter. He's in a textile exhibition, but also had, you know, music practice and so many other things. So yeah, I feel that he was kind of just interested in everybody, and and in knowing, you know, in knowing more things, in knowing more people, you become richer for that. And so the time I spent with John, it was a reflection of what we could share together, which were those art movements that I mentioned before. This was the type of thing we like to discuss, and things that I could talk to him about and ask him about, because he'd met some of them and lived that history a little bit. But you know, I was working with him one day every week, and so you know, it was also the easy thing to invite me as well. But we yeah, clearly had a kind of similar sensibility when it came to materials, and the collaborations themselves I felt were very equal in their exchange. He he sort of initiated it with a half-finished painting that I thought, oh, he's just going to get rid of, and then said, no, bring it back next week and see what you can do with it. And so it was really organic in that way. And then, you know, developed into a more formalized agreement where I would also come up with ideas, the rulers being one of them. So the ruler works, it's really exciting to have them in this exhibition, because they were completed after he passed away. And the ruler, I felt personally, was an important tool for the two of us. John collected many different types of rulers and already would include them in his constructed paintings. And for me, the ruler is quite a makeshift tool that I would use on my home frame looms. So I would use it instead of a shed rod to, you know, change the warp threads while weaving. But it's inherent for geometric abstraction. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, look, the reason to go back one step, the reason to emphasize texture, and especially for people like John Nixon, is to accurately represent the reality or the physical presence of a painting. It's the kind of anti-illusion, anti-narrative agenda. And you see that strictly with the ruler, this idea that it's not only used as a device, as something that is kind of collaged into the painting, but also it's something that if you want to calculate, starts measuring the very substrate that it's adorning. And I think texture relates very strongly to everyone's work that's here on the panel, and of course, everybody in the exhibition. Lucia, the way that the texture of your work points to this very interesting idea that the grid is often thought of as this way of dissecting a plane, but actually in a sense, it also multiplies the plane. And that's what the texture in your work certainly does for me. So do you want to describe that, the multiply? I mean, there are literally thousands and thousands of picture planes here now. Did you want to talk about the process, starting with the design of the painting and how you get to that many picture planes?
Yes, so with like this particular work that's in the shows, I started with just a raw cotton painter's canvas, a 12 ounce. And what I do is I just sort of, stretch it over a piece of MDF. I draw up normally a grid, and then, draw up the design, like a symmetrical design onto it. And then I actually use very diluted acrylic paint. So it's almost like a wash over the canvas, because I want the paint to actually penetrate both the warp and the weft. And then, I sort of like cut it to shape, and that's when I start unraveling. So if you can imagine, so I set up a bit of a production line in my studio. I will unravel the first weft thread, and that actually becomes the first thread on the left-hand side of the aluminium bar. So I kind of do that process. How many? I've never counted it. Yeah, so it takes about probably to unravel this work, probably about 3 good days. So I just kind of as I unravel each, I just tie it onto the canvas. And because for this work, I've used the weft, it actually has, if you can go really close to it, there's actually dots of color on the thread. And I'm not sure if you can sort of see it in the photos, but so it's got that, the weft has got that elasticity, so it just gives more sort of texture and width, I guess, to the work. I've always been a huge fan of Agnes Martin, and I really like how just by using simple repeated shapes, she sort of had this emotional sort of sensibilities in her work. And I think that's what I really try and achieve in my work. I kind of want because I feel quite calm when I'm kind of going through my processes, and my aim is that in viewing the work, that sort of comes out to the viewer.
And I think you're touching on something really interesting here, which is the metaphysical ramifications of the labor of what you're doing. And this work, your work, all of these kind of unraveled canvases remind me a lot of Susan Hiller work that I was kind of explaining to you recently, called Work in Progress, that she did in the 80s in London, where she had a bunch of paintings, didn't know what to do with them, took them into the gallery and started unraveling them. And then she didn't really know what to do with the threads, the loose threads. So then she would come back and do another performance and then start knotting them into things that she called doodles. And so this kind of constant recycling of the grid formation, and also this idea that kind of, practice is just labor or a way to spend time. And it's undeniable when you talk about, for any of you, and a lot of the works in this exhibition, it's impossible to ignore the time and labor that goes into what you're doing, something that's sort of as archaic, maybe in a sense, when you're bringing your readings to contemporary art. And so I'm wondering if you want to talk a little bit about how, for any of you, how time becomes a meditation or a document of labor, or yeah, in your practices, or even a performance?
Yeah, do you want me to speak first? You know, the time that I spend in the studio is of like utmost importance to me. I'm quite an anxious person, and I sort of need to sort of do things that sort of calm me down, because I'm like a little bit of a warrior, if you know what I mean. And I've always been a painter, and at art school I sort of realized that. So I've always been like a tonal realist painter, and I just found it really stressful. And my mum was a dressmaker, and as a young girl, like in the winter school holidays, she taught me how to sew and crochet and knit, and those were the things that really calmed me down, and that I just really enjoyed doing. So I did make a conscious decision in art school that if I was going to spend like, at 8 hours a day in my studio, I wanted to do something that was calming and that would, just, it's kind of like when I'm sort of doing those processes, it's the time that I most feel like myself. And in a way, I kind of, like, I love painters' materials, canvas and paint, but I love textiles. I love those crafts that Mum taught me, and I consciously wanted to figure out a way that I could combine both paintings and textiles, and unraveling its threads was the way that I discovered that I could do that. Yeah.
This idea of feeling yourself, spending time to feel yourself, has a very direct reference to the body, to who we are. And it's Jacqueline, I'd love you to talk to us all a little bit about traditional weaving practices. The grid has applications, as Catherine mentioned, in the knitwear that surrounds us, that keeps us warm, that we get into bed to, as she said. So it's a very kind of bodily relationship as well.
Yeah, no, I think it does. It brings you back to your body in the doing, and then the thinking comes from the doing in terms of what you're making. But yeah, I think, there's certainly something to be said for the tradition and upholding that. I think about time maybe more in a historical sense with weaving, because we only have the past really to draw from. And I mean, it pushed me to sort of research this as well. Had a moment of madness where I decided to quit all my jobs and go to Armenia, because that's where the world's original carpet, or the oldest surviving carpet, was meant to have been made. So I was thinking very much like in terms of tradition in finding the origin of where it all came from, but for carpet specifically. And I wanted to understand how they came to Serbia. So I made a kind of personal research journey to get there, and spent some time with weavers in Serbia in a town called Pura, where there are now just 10 women who weave carpets. And to give you some perspective, 50 years ago, there were close to 2,000 women who worked in this town and wove. So, for different geopolitical reasons, people were not wanting to weave anymore, or they were leaving the country, moving to cities, not wanting to practice that kind of traditional craft, to the point where a Pura carpet is now a UNESCO World Heritage artifact. But what does that mean? Where does it belong then? It's either in the souvenir shop or in a museum. And can you therefore call it a cultural practice when it's not practiced every single day? So I guess in that way, it's why I like to practice that form of traditional weaving. So at home I have the same kind of loom that they use there. It could never be considered that because it's not woven with the sheep's wool from a particular mountain in that town. But yeah, on the other hand, yeah, in bringing you back to the body, back to like what you feel to be your heritage. I think that people experience this a lot these days, and maybe particularly after all of the lockdowns and the amount of screen time that we've been having. I recently started teaching the woven textile design course at RMIT, and I mentioned to you when asking all the students, you know, why you want to learn hand weaving, because we're weaving on these really old table looms, like you feel like you're in the Bauhaus. And they all just said, we're sick of looking at the screen. We want to use our hands again. And so I think there's this real drive to stay connected to your body and to remember that you have one.
Yes, and thank goodness for that. I also really love the reading in your work that weaving, and you've used these concrete, these grids that are steel, you know, usually used for laying concrete, and kind of weaving into them. There's this beautiful juxtaposition between the fact that the grid can be something that nurtures and cares for us, as Catherine said, really strongly associated with women's work more so. You know, the grid originally, I think, is thought of as this engineering device, you know, something that keeps us organized. And there's a kind of dictatorship about that is not necessarily present in the nurturing capacity that weaving can also have, that you bring to it. I want to jump back to, while we're on this idea of time, I want to jump back to Rosalind Krause's essay. I'm going to quote her here. She states that the grid functions to declare the modernity of modern art. I'm paraphrasing here, landing artists in the present while all else was declared to be in the past. So the grid is something that signifies presence. And of course, at the time, Rosalind Krause is talking about modernity, but we can definitely apply that now to contemporaneity, which also has very strong associations with the present, to being in the present and actually being in the inescapable looping of the present. So to what extent do each of you think of your practices or your works as embodiments of present time?
Maybe I'll jump in. The present time, both on a personal level and much sort of like a bigger social and cultural and political level. So on a personal level, I find working with this grid structure and very, you know, this very simple, humble material, are very grounding. As my bio indicates, you know, cooking is something that's really, really important to me, and also making is really, really important. And both of those things, what they do in my day-to-day life is a very sort of like an exercise of agency and really grounding to that present moment. But in terms of, you know, much bigger scale, you know, how things are now, I come to work with needlepoint purely by accident. So my partner and I moved to Aotearoa, New Zealand at the end of 2014. And as you may all experience, you know, after pack up everything that you own into boxes, you really do reassess where you are, you know, in terms of material possession, but also the amount of stuff that you accumulate. And that kind of put me to in sort of like almost like existential crisis, because, you know, my previous practice was very much installation based. So, you know, I had to rug around stuff, and I had to put, you know, a lot of works in storage, and they are still in storage in Melbourne. And I just couldn't make anything for quite some time. And because I didn't know what, you know, I couldn't really deal with the implications of, you know, keep on making with materials in a way that was almost incongruous to the current moment, you know. that we live. And so when, needlepoint, like, best friend of mine, urban artist Sarah Croest, came to visit us, she brought, the tapestry canvas and some, wool. Thought, we could just do it. So I just picked it up and just run with it, and been running ever since. And it's a very sustainable practice, both in the sense of, I guess, environmental factor, but also the fact that I can do it anywhere. So unlike Lucia, I haven't had a dedicated studio as such for quite some time now. So I just take my needlepoint to wherever I go. So, like this morning, as I was having a cup of tea, I was doing some of my needle pointing. So yeah, that's kind of how the present moment is captured or embodied.
I think before I move on to Lucia and Jacqueline, I think just to layer that idea, taking something that you're saying, I think repetition is hugely important to this idea. Without getting too deep into the philosophy of it, Gilles Deleuze presents this the difference between difference and repetition. That he argues that repetition is difference without a concept. And so every single time you repeat something, it is itself something different, and there is some kind of propulsion in that. I don't want to use the word progress. So there is some propulsion there, and I'm wondering how that repetition relates to this idea of the present that we're talking about, or the idea of meditation in your practice. Lucia, do you want to?
Yeah, so I consider my practice to be all about pattern and repetition. So repetition is really in every aspect. So I kind of sort of look at the intersections between pattern and repetition, textile techniques, and mathematics in my work. And repetition, like pattern, implies repetition. Textile techniques is all about repetitious processes, and pattern, there's that, they say that maths is the science of patterns, so I guess it's that I feel like in the repetitious processes that I undertake, the works kind of speak of time as well, because of just the labour sort of intensive processes.
Well, also in your work, Lucia, which everybody can see up now, without the geometric composition, the painted composition, we don't really understand the difference in repetition of what you're doing, because of course this blank canvas, you can understand the difference in threads, but you kind of have a blankness or a monochrome instead, which is a kind of nihil, and so you start with painting the canvases, obviously, and so the pattern is kind of the beginning. It predetermines, it's the precursor to the idea of the repetition, or the signal of repetition in your work.
Yeah, I guess it's that pattern that that sort of like illustrates the repetition, if you like. Yeah, so the pattern is really fundamental to the work, to the processes, the mathematical thinking about the patterns, and also like really every textile technique requires some mathematical knowledge, whether it be, counting your stitches when you're knitting, things like cross stitch patterns and things like that. It's all, everything is sort of counting. So it's kind of like just a nice kind of circle of elements that really feed off each other.
And Jacqueline, maybe you could talk a little bit about pattern and design. It seems to be something that's really important to your work, and a big part of what it becomes part of the personality of the works that you worked on with John as well. I recall, just as an anecdote to share with everybody, a really fantastic show that John Nixon put on in Melbourne several years ago in Gertrude Studios out at Preston. It's called Pictures in Wool, and John, being the egalitarian that he was, included weavings and textile works by artists, but also non-artists, including weavings that his mother had made automatically in her lap. And he hung them all just like paintings at this kind of consistent midline. And you got to see this incredibly diverse selection of compositions that were automatic, but also deliberate, you know, all this kind of coding in all of the patterns and what they represented socially for people. And for me, it became a really strong political moment in the way that exhibitions are made. And I'm just wondering how pattern works for you in your practice, especially distinguishing between your art making practice and weaving.
Well, I think the patterns are quite organic. One thing leads to another. I don't really sit down and draw out a pattern that I want to do. I'll start and then it will just kind of grow from there. Obviously there's an idea I have in the moment, but then when the next moment comes, it might change again. I think the patterns are something I'm always looking for in the world, and they definitely feed into the work. One of my most recent tapestries that I wove, for example, it has the pattern of a cake that I really love, you know. When I was walking here this morning, I started to see a lot of like tape on walls or windows that I was taking photos of. So again, like another pattern just in the everyday. For the pictures made of wool exhibition, Anne-Marie was in as well, I think. I'm not sure whether, I'm not sure where the pattern fed into. I also didn't get to see it in reality. I only saw the images. So I feel like I can't really speak about it. But, you know, in curating the show, there had to be some sort of commonality, common pattern in choosing those works. Yeah.
We're running low on time, so I'd really love to invite any questions from the audience at this point. If maybe you just want to pop your hand up or speak loudly, we'll also do.
Yeah. I can't remember who it was, but someone talked about the elasticity in the weft. It was you, Lucia, I think. And so I'm just wondering why you think it's more flexible. Is that the question?
So when I started actually unraveling canvas, I discovered that the vertical threads and the horizontal threads were completely different to each other. So I hadn't woven, I don't have a weaving background, and it was a pretty sort of, I just had to teach myself, like, why is there a difference between the warp and the weft? So as weavers, and there's a few here in the audience, would know, the warp is like the stronger, I guess, thread. So it's a little bit like, I kind of explain it like, just like to the lay person, if you imagine like prison bars. So the warp is actually the really strong verticals, and then the weft is this kind of flexible material or something that sort of like weaves through it. So because of that, when the weft does have elasticity to it, when you unravel the weft, it's actually got like a slight sort of curvy pattern in it, but the warp actually remains quite straight. Yeah, so you do get, because the weft has that sort of slight wave to it, when I do tie it on the aluminium bars, it does create sort of like a thicker texture. Does that make sense?
Any further questions?
I'd just like to ask about the artist's use of colour. Jacqueline's talked about the buildings and maybe a towel in the window or the curtains. And I'd like particularly to ask Akira about if he has something to say about your use of colour and also
So the fact that I came to working in this way was a result of going through this hiatus, not being able to make anything. When I was given this opportunity, or bunch of different color, by my friend, it was quite liberating because the color palettes were already there, and that was one possibility of any kind of decision making. And then it just then led to, okay, let's just do this as a way of just getting back into making. And I just try to eliminate as many room for second guessing, self-doubt, speculating. So in terms of color, quite early on, I ordered the color swatches from Appleton, the wool maker in England, and it was kind of overwhelming as well because there's so many choices and so many, some are really bright that I wouldn't necessarily feel comfortable using. Some are really dark, and so I sort of lean towards a very ambiguous color scheme. But what ended up happening was, because of where we were based, I had to order everything online. We couldn't just go into a shop and buy those wool. So I ordered some from Wellington, some from Auckland, and some from Dunedin, or wherever they had their online presence in some sort of storefront. And I just ordered the ones that I liked. I ended up with quite a big bunch of wool. And as I was completing, and once I completed one piece, I then realized that even though they are same color, like 5x1 or 5x2, there are slight variation because of when they were manufactured or how they were stored and so on and so forth. So both of those, all the pieces, I just use one color, and I choose them in a very intuitive manner, like I choose what I cook for dinner, or what I feel like eating. So I just pick one color, and then I just run with it. Just by order them. I'm getting to the end of 5x1, which is the color that I've used for this body work on display here. So now I'm moving on to 5x2.
I think it's a good note to end on, actually, Akira. What you're talking about also here is the idea of limitation, the possibilities that can be extrapolated from a single limitation. And the grid is certainly synonymous with that. It seems like a kind of limitation from which all of you are extrapolating many possibilities. So to finish on, does anyone want to kind of talk about the benefit of limitation in their practice?
I'll just quickly say that I've sort of given myself the limitation of only using painter's canvas and paint to make my works. And I think because I've strictly sort of given myself that limitation, it just helps me to be more creative because I have to think outside the box. So I actually really love that limitation. And I I probably have used the same 5 colours in all my works as well, so that I kind of limit myself in that way as well. And like to the previous question, my colours come from Roman buildings. When you're in central Rome and the buildings are painted in those kind of beautiful sort of warm colours, from the yellow, the vermilion, the Venetian red. Yeah, I just love those colours, but also the grey bluestone roads as well in the sort of the old part of Rome. And I guess that's kind of like a callback to like my parents, who were born in a small sort of village just on the side of a mountain about an hour away of Rome. So it kind of like, yeah, so that informs my colour choices. So yeah, I have worked probably in the last 5 years with limitation of materials, limitation of colours. Yeah.
It seems very specific to you as well, Jacqueline, and especially collaborations with John as well. John is very well known for setting very strict limitations for himself, and then extrapolating plethora of permutations, and it's using the same object or the same color in just an infinite number of ways. Yeah, the ruler paintings are a really fantastic example of that, just taking a single material, for example.
Yeah, I think it just forces you to become more creative with what's at hand if you give yourself the limitation, whether it be like the material you're using or the color you're using, or like if you're going to like make it a location as well, like what's in the studio. If you're limited just to the studio and the materials are only what's there, they become a part of the work as well. But yeah, with the looms too, you're limited in the size depending on the type of loom you're working on. And likewise for the colors, a lot of the wool that I use, John would buy from savers or secondhand shops, and they'd already be pre-packaged in a little plastic bag. So it's like the store clerk is the one deciding you're going to get these colors today. This is your palette. And then from that you could choose. But, I think if I were to walk into like a proper wool shop, I'd just be overwhelmed.
I think there you're kind of you're negating invention or decision making, and it becomes problem solving instead. I think that's all the time that we have for today. But thank you so much for everybody for coming, and thank you so much to these amazing artists. I hope you get to go and see the show.
Thank you, James, Lucia, Jacqueline, and Akira. That was a wonderful conversation. Our next panel, let me just get up my notes. I'll just let everyone settle down first. Our next panel we've titled Heavy Craft. As I mentioned earlier in the day, the Bauhaus founder Walter Gropius decided that women were unsuitable for the heavier crafts of sculpture, woodwork, metalwork and painting. And instead they were encouraged to participate in areas such as textiles or bookbinding or pottery. This discussion looks at how contemporary artists are subverting gendered perceptions around textiles and craft, and departing from that kind of dialogue and looking at really rigorous approaches to making. The panel will be moderated by co-curator Karen Hall, and she's joined by Tila George, Anne-Marie May, and Sarah Contos. There's just been a tiny scheduling conflict, so she'll be joining very shortly as well. Thanks, Karen. I might hand over to you.
Thanks, Catherine. Welcome everyone. I've got some notes here and I'm going to refer to them because I'm actually, I have a bit of a short-term memory loss at the moment, and I think it might be a post-COVID thing, but anyway, I'm just going to keep my notes with me. Thank you for joining us to talk about textiles and fibre, and I'm hoping that the discussions that we're having today encourage us to think about materials and processes within expansive and plural creative practices. I would like to acknowledge and recognise all First Nations people joining us here on the unceded lands of the Gadigal and Bidjigal people of the Eora Nation, and I pay my respects to the sovereign custodians of the land on which we work and live. I'm very happy to be joined by artists Tila George and Anne-Marie May, and a little empty chair at the moment, which will be occupied by Sarah Kontos when she joins us. And I'd like to sort of start off by introducing the artists and give you just a little bit of information about them. I'm not going to mention birthdays. So Tila George is an artist who's currently based in Naarm, Melbourne, and her practice incorporates painting, textiles, sculpture, and installation. She draws upon archival information as a departure point for her work and utilizes gesture and mark making to index the intangibility of time, location, and memory. Anne-Marie May is also an artist based in Naarm, Melbourne, and she works across sculpture, installation, design, and textiles to explore spatial, perceptual, and chromatic relationships. Making and materiality are central to her practice, and a long-standing interest in architecture and craft inform her experimentation with process and the production of objects. I'll introduce Sarah so you can just kind of wave at her when she walks in. Hopefully she walks in. So Sarah Kontos is based here in Warram, Sydney. She works across sculpture, textiles, painting, and installation to consider emotional and theatrical relationships between imagery, form, and materiality. Her work involves layering and manipulating sourced objects, personal artifacts, and vestiges of popular culture to play with ideas of duality. So we're going to be talking about ideas. Oh, hi, Sarah. Yeah, I just introduced you, so here she is. Good timing. So we're going to be talking around ideas of heavy craft, and I'd just like to sort of provide some context for the title of this discussion, which came about when we were looking at the exhibition and thinking about Anni Albers, thinking about the Bauhaus, and looking at the establishment of the Bauhaus school and some of the issues around gender politics. So in 1919, women were very welcome to attend the Bauhaus, and its manifesto stated that it welcomed any person of good repute without regard to age or sex. The founder, Walter Gropius, said, "There is no distinction between the beautiful and the strong sex. Absolutely equal rights, but also absolutely equal duties. No consideration for ladies, at work, or craftsmen." So I think the language itself kind of illustrates the problem that we sort of would come across here, the beautiful and the strong. And gender bias informed the Bauhaus structure. Gropius also said, "It is not advisable in our experience that women work in the heavy craft areas such as carpentry and metalwork. A women's section will be formed with workshops including textiles and bookbinding." Ceramics was also, well, I should say pottery was also one of the original kind of workshops that women were supposed to be funneled into, but the head of the workshop actually refused to have women in the workshop. So, and the bookbinding workshop closed quite soon after the Bauhaus was formed. So really, essentially, it was the weaving workshop, and that was pretty much it for women at the Bauhaus. So that was 100 years ago. And that Bauhaus gender definition of heavy craft is not so relevant now, but maybe it is. So it'd be good to kind of think about that as well. And perhaps we can talk about it more conceptually and how contemporary artists disrupt those gendered perceptions around textiles and craft. And I'm wondering whether it's through the rigorous approaches to making and materials, or whether it's conceptually by loading the work with references, whether they be art historical or otherwise, and especially in the case of someone like Sarah, who looks at a lot of popular cultural references. So I'd like to start our discussion by asking each of you whether a concept of heavy craft is relevant to your practice. Yeah, hello. Oh,
Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for coming. Yeah, heavy craft is an interesting idea for me, I guess. I work very repetitively with embroidery. Sorry, I'm a little bit shaky and thirsty today, so excuse me. But yeah, I mean, for me, I guess, especially particularly with this work, you can see the kind of relationship between the embroidery, the textiles, but also the bronze. And yeah, I guess, again, I'm really interested in material hierarchies. So the bronze itself, like the way it's situated within history is very monumental. It's, you know, patriarchal, it has all those connotations. Whereas the embroidery is soft and volatile and vulnerable. So yeah, I mean, I particularly for this work really wanted to kind of play with those ideas. Yeah. So.
Anne-Marie.
For me, I sort of came from a generation of do-it-yourself, and you know, growing up in the 70s, my mum wove and pottery, yeah, but she took it on sort of seriously whenever she was taking on different material. But as a young artist, it was for me working with what was around, and I was comfortable working with textiles. So I slipped into working with soft materials, but then presented them. I mean, I thought about them as paintings, a lot of the works are hung on the wall. But, you know, as my practice has developed, I sort of shift between materials and processes, and that's always been a focus. I guess in terms of heavy craft, you know, in my early work, I sort of thought a lot about Gunter Stoltz and some of those weavers, and was trying to make textile works, well, sort of try and raise the profile of the textile in contemporary art, which was possibly not as popular as it is today. So yeah, so I guess my approach is sort of layered really, but I don't limit myself to any one medium, I guess.
Sarah, is the concept of heavy craft at all relevant to your practice?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure, like I skip around different mediums and materials. For me, it's a level of intimacy. I like using textiles because I like working with my hands. And when I work with textiles, it's just me and my hands, and it's on my lap. And it's a level of relationship and an intimate relationship that I have that forces me to be physical and slow at the same time. And I guess, well, this work is a new direction. So it does kind of play in that kind of literal kind of aspect of heavy craft. But the nuances, I guess, within that still hold. It's just adding a different dimensionality of material to turn one form that's soft into a hard form. Yeah.
I think it's sort of what you're talking about, all of you, is an interesting thing, because material experimentation is so key to all of your practices. You all have quite a diverse sort of range of practices. I mean, Anne-Marie, you're kind of working across lots of different forms where you're working with carpet, you're working with acrylic, you're also sort of really kind of thinking about material experimentation in a kind of really holistic way, I suppose. And Teela, it's, I mean, material experimentation with the bronze and also the painted aspects of your textile works is something that's interesting. And there's a lot more kind of installation sort of involved in your practice now, where you're sort of setting up kind of architectural spaces. And Sarah, obviously, you've been kind of working across lots of different materials. But I'm interested in talking about the materials and processes that you've worked with for these particular works in the exhibition, because they're not easy to wrangle. They're really quite tough materials. They're very, I mean, all of the works are very weighty in a physical sense. Tila, your work is quite monumental, and I can attest to installing each and every one of your works for this show, how heavy physically they are. And the space that they occupy within the exhibition is quite a strong kind of important factor to the works. But there's also, I mean, I want to kind of talk about the bodily strength involved in the process of making. And I wonder if we can start with you, Anne-Marie, and your work, Unforeseen Constellation, which is a large-scale industrial carpet. And I know we've talked a little bit before about what's actually involved in physically making those works, but I'm hoping that you might be able to give a bit of insight into that.
Yeah, no, thanks. Yeah, so embroidering carpet, I guess, is a feat in itself because it's backed into a heavy material that's probably a bit plasticized to give it strength. And, you know, I started working, I made the first body of carpet works I made were back in the 90s, late 90s. And they were very labor intensive and difficult. I had sore hands, put it that way. With this work, I actually, because it's the first textile-based work I've made for a while, I found it incredibly enjoyable, just meditative, and it sort of reminded me of all the things that I liked about working with textiles. But, you know, in terms of this work, it was bringing together some CAD drawings that I'd done in some acrylic work. So the drawings, it's actually a CAD drawing that's applied to one of my suspended mobile works. But I thought it'd be interesting to sort of bring it into a completely different material and think about the front and back of the material and create voids within the material, which is sort of, you know, it's a decor. So wrestling with the material, it sort of rolls up and I stitch things bit by bit. Yeah, it probably is, it's very physical, but I enjoy it.
Did you kind of anticipate that it was going to be such a physical feat to work with the carpet? Because I know you've spoken about bleeding.
Oh, you know, I sort of, I think from years ago, I had a bit of anticipation, but it was actually easier than I thought. I found a better needle, which was really helpful.
I think people would be curious to know about that needle. I mean, do
Yeah.
you go through a lot of them?
I want to know exactly how you do it. Yeah.
No, I only use one needle, still got it. But it's not that big actually. And, you know, I have similar things to Akira where the wool gets stuck and, you know, sort of working with all those material processes. But in a way, I feel like this work was really smooth compared to those earlier works, possibly because of the needle. It went back and forth and because it's linear in its structure. So, yeah, with the stitchings on the front and the back, so you can view the work on both sides.
And I think that's important to understand about Anne-Marie's work is architecture and the way that work sits in the space is something that's very important. And I wanted to ask you a little bit about the CAD process, which is, for any people who don't know, it's a computer-aided drawing tool. And when we think about textiles, we don't think about that as a traditional process involved in making textiles. And I'm just keen to know how you actually came to use that program.
Yeah, no, it's interesting you say that because I think, you know, now in fashion production, they use CAD probably a bit to laser cut fabric. But I came to CAD through laser cutting acrylic, and it was really a way of transferring hand-drawn lines very simply to cut out shapes for my earlier acrylic sculptures. But then I think even with the earlier carpets, there was a lot of, I'd have these little drawings and then I'd scale them up by hand. And so CAD's really been easy because now I can print them out. But I like that tension between the hand sewn and this sort of programming, and the fact that the grid I work on, you know, I've got a format of size of the work, but the lines that I can produce within the CAD program are outside of that. You know, it's on a much bigger spatial scale. yeah, I sort of CAD's woven into my work, but it's on a not in a very sophisticated way.
I know you've talked about it as more of an intuitive use of the CAD.
Yeah, very much so.
program.
And very much about, related to hand drawing practice,
And I think also that's really interesting to think about in regards to these works, because your works are very much about the combination of drawing and sculpture and how you bring those elements together. And when thinking about CAD, it is really interesting that designers are using it to make fabric, but I do kind of really associate it strongly with architects, and it makes me think of the feeling that the Bauhaus people had, and specifically Gropius, who really privileged architecture as the highest kind of form of the work. Like that was the workshop that everyone wanted to be in, and women were certainly not allowed. And Gropius actually said women weren't capable of thinking in 3D. They thought in 2D, which is, it's curious. It's a very curious thing, but
and it's ironic, I think, because Albers really thought about her work architecturally. I think, there's a lot of architectural references in her big wall hangings, and she talks about Le Corbusier's tapestries, and and how tapestry has this history of she talks about it as pictorial, but yeah, architectural is her thing, so he didn't win. He didn't win.
Sarah, I wonder if I can talk to you a little bit about material processes. And you've got two works that are in the exhibition. One is Voltron, which is a work that's comprised of leather jackets, and it's physically very heavy as well. And I'm kind of interested to know a little bit about the process involved in how you brought together this work and how you reconfigured it to make this work.
Yeah, so this was created on a residency in Paris at the Cité, and I always will go to thrift shops or secondhand stores just to kind of get inspiration of, the juxtaposition of weird materials and objects together, just that happenstance that happens. And I was going to a couple of these secondhand stores, and they would have these bins of €1 leather jackets. And I just looked at them and quite aghast, actually, just thinking of all the poor cows or little lambs or whatever kind of, anyways. So I just kind of felt like I needed to rescue them. So I just bought as many as I could. So just getting garbage bags and lugging through the streets of Paris with these bags and bags of leather jackets, not knowing what I would do, but just through the process of cutting into them and dissecting them almost, they started to reveal their former lives. So I'd find old boarding passes and movie tickets, and they had a particular aroma of tobacco, sweat, perfume. It was repulsive, but at the same time very attractive. I guess as well on a residency when you're far away from home and you want some kind of physical connection. So in that kind of part, it served as, just kind of meeting ghosts almost. The name Voltron comes from a cartoon where lots of different animals, I think it was, I can't remember anymore, but they would all come together and make Voltron, which would, go out and fight the baddies or whatever. So I kind of like that idea of these multiple jackets kind of coming together in order to form, a force. And I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what that would serve. I just kind of went into this role. So this is the second one in the series. The first one is, I guess, the mother. It's also very kind of alien inspired, Geiger, and just this kind of idea of I don't know, I guess you can say it's quite vulvar it, you know, you can see like a lot of connotations involved with it, which I guess I like, that push between the masculine, the feminine, and the in between, or it shifts. And yeah, yeah. So I mean, it's heavy and it's yeah.
And it is quite ominous as well. I like the idea of you getting all those jackets and kind of re-slaughtering them and putting them back together. They're a fabulous series of works. But I also want to talk a little bit about the new work that you've made for the exhibition, which is a really kind of fascinating sort of shift in direction for you, because you're working, here we go. It's called 2 minutes and 6 seconds of bubblegum. And it's a real sort of interesting combination of hard and soft materiality. And I don't want to talk too much about the process, because I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about what's involved in actually sort of bringing these components together and how you came to it.
Yeah, I mean, once again, like I saw a lot of amazing stuff in Paris at this residency, and it really kind of shifted my perspective on art making, where I kind of wanted to step away from it being so figurative and letting the materials be figures within themselves, or having some kind of presence. And I mean, I think it's inherent within the nature of whatever you touch will have imbuement of you in it. So I saw one artist who was working in aluminium, and I was like, how did they do that? So amazing. Anyways, come back to Sydney, did a show at Rosox, and then we all went into lockdown. So it's like, okay, this is a really great time to watch YouTube and learn how to do something. So I just looked online of how to cast in aluminium. Yeah, so from that kind of process of playing and experimenting and failing and trying other ways, I started to weave different materials and then cast them into sand. And yeah, it was a really nice way for this idea that I'm interested in, of this kind of hard and soft, it kind of being feminine, or but then imbuing it with this, you know, I don't know, kind of like a punk sensibility that, you know, is hard, but it's also soft at the same time. Yeah, so I don't know, like it's still new, so I'm still kind of working out where it sits and how it can more be. And so yeah, it's fun.
We did some documentation of you making some of the aluminium works, and it's a really kind of, you have to really suit up, and it's, you know, these little crucibles that are really super, super hot, and it feels very dangerous and a little bit scary. And I'm then kind of sort of looking at these proliferation of pom-poms, which are these plush, soft objects that as soon as I look at them, I think of my sister and I when we were like 10 years old, sitting around on school holidays, making pom-poms with the cardboard and the wool. And I'm wondering how easy it is to reconcile those kind of two processes for you in your practice. And I think for all of you as well, there's this reconciliation of how you combine different processes and materials.
Yeah, I mean, like my partner works a lot with metal, so he helps me in this process. It's a total two-person choreography that occurs, and so I mean, metal is like the least favorite of materials. I mean, I don't like the sound of it. I don't like it really, but I like the process of making it, and I like working with my partner to work on something together. I'm not a good collaborator, so it's nice to actually work with someone in this process. And I guess for me, the pom-poms, or that kind of fibre textile stuff, is just what I do in front of a telly. So, and you know, don't use the cardboard. I just I do the cheats I do the cheeks pom-pom. No, that's, no, it takes too much time.
I make pom-poms.
Yeah, but it's just a really nice collaboration between the materials, and I guess for me as well, a collaboration with who I work with. So as I said, like, it's just a nice new way of making that forces me to come out of my comfort zone, but at the same time I go back into it when I put on, you know.
I want to talk a little bit about collaboration more after we've had a little chat with Tila about her work, because you're also bringing together the very soft textiles with the very hard bronze. The work Sky Piece, which is a continuation of a project that you've been working on for a little while. It's Sky Piece Falling, Melbourne, Perth, or is it Perth, Melbourne? I can't remember.
No,
it's
I think
monumental.
Melbourne, Perth, yeah.
It's monumental. And so here we have it here. It's situated in the gallery. I was reading an interview where you talked a little bit about bronze being a loaded artistic medium, carrying very gendered historical connotations. And I'm wondering whether you would like to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, bronze is kind of a recent material for me, and it's, again, like metal, not my favorite. Like, it fascinates me in many ways, but yeah, and I work, we'll talk about collaboration later, but I work with a foundry in Melbourne to make the bronze. Yeah, so I mean, I have always had like a bit of an interest in textiles, and when I was at uni, I was not very confident, and like I had no idea what I really wanted to do, but I was kind of terrified of painting. I felt like it was really loaded, and that kind of led me down the textile route, I guess. And I also kind of felt the same way about sculpture and metal. It's this really hard material. You have to kind of understand all these different scientific processes. And so, yeah, I guess eventually I kind of came around to thinking about it and thinking about how I could potentially subvert those ideas with the textiles. So, yeah, I mean, so that's kind of a lot of the thinking that I'm working with at the moment. Like, as you can see here, like the bronze is kind of leaning almost empathetically on the textile. So I'm just thinking about alternative relationships with those components.
It's interesting because we heard in the earlier panel as well, sort of artists talking about how they came to textiles and sort of almost seeing it as a way to negotiate different art mediums, whether it be kind of a fear of painting or sort of like being able to work through kind of those ideas to sort of get to a certain point. I think that's a really interesting thing. I also wanted to ask you about the making of the textile panels for this work, because it's so heavily stitched, and I think you have to really get up close to it to actually understand this work. And it's, I mean, I don't want to kind of talk about words about obsession, but I want to talk about repetition and the kind of, when James talked a little bit about it before in the earlier panel, and it's sort of like it's a process that, you know, involves time and hand making. And I'm hoping that you might just talk to us a little bit about what's involved in the stitching of this work.
Yeah, it's actually really funny to see it so big from here. Yeah, so I mean, I'm really interested in this idea of surface and the actual production of the work. I mean, it's all hand embroidered, and it's, you know, I'm very like routine based. Like the only way I can kind of achieve the scale that I need and desire for these sorts of works is by, you know, I have like my allotted couple of hours where I work fastidiously, and then I have a break, or I go to the gym, or so I really break up my day, and it becomes this kind of this measure of time in itself. And I found that a really interesting comment in the last panel, because I relate to that so much. Like, you know, I, as a kid, and this is like kind of embarrassing, but I really struggled conceptually reading a clock. it didn't click for me. And I was thinking about that the other day, and this sort of like physical material kind of structure, even though it's kind of a more abstract measure of time, like it's still there in my work. So yeah, I mean, if you saw the other side of this, and if you're an embroiderer and you're about knotting, you'd probably be disgusted maybe, because it's very aggressive, the process, and I don't have a real like skill base in embroidery as such. Yeah, but it's more about that kind of repetition and like an effort to try and represent something that's so ephemeral like the sky in this really material way. So yeah.
Yeah, I think what a lot of people don't realize is that it's made up of lots of small panels and put together, and the Sky Piece series is such a fascinating sort of conceptual proposition. And I want to talk to you all a little bit about sort of conceptual ideas for your work as well. But perhaps you can talk to us a little bit about kind of where the
panels, yeah.
Well, about the panels, but about the sort of ideas behind the Sky Piece series.
Yeah. So it all started in 2017. I was part of Primavera at the MCA, and and I just really started kind of working on these larger scale embroideries very recently. And I guess I really became fascinated with the idea of materiality, but also immateriality, that kind of contrast, that contradiction. So the Sky Piece series started there, and I just loved the idea of like having this lifelong work, I guess, series that I plan on doing until I can't do anymore, where I travel around, and wherever I am, I'm always working on one of these sky pieces. And then once I stop working on one, I start on another and another and another. And I guess my ultimate goal with these is to have them all exhibited together at the very end when I can't do them anymore. So and I guess, like I said, it's that play between material, heavy material as well, process, but then also something so familiar but strange like the sky, and how that comes together. And for me, like, that's kind of what I find fascinating about art, and our persistence to make and keep things and communicate in that way. So yeah, I mean, and that this is, I think, the latest in that series.
When I first saw this work, I knew a little bit about the textiles, and I knew you'd incorporated bronzes within your work and also separate to your work. And I read this bronze very much as a grid, but I also read it very much as a window anchoring the sky to the ground. And it kind of gave me a sort of different way of thinking about the sky as being, when we talk about the sky, it's elusive, it's infinite, but it's also something that we've been so trapped inside over the last 2 years. And this kind of anchoring with this very heavy bronze really sort of spoke to me about how we're kind of looking at nature now.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, it's very much placed in like a lockdown context, I have to say, like, and I window reference as well, like, is very interesting. And I mean, I was originally commissioned to make this as part of an exhibition at Pika in WA with Annika Christensen. And the concept was really interesting because she wanted to bring together artists from WA specifically, which is where I'm originally from, and LA. And the idea of that was kind of pinned to this interesting fact that she discovered, that the quality of light in LA, I think Mumbai and Perth, are very consistent, very like similar. And so when they were thinking about creating Hollywood, like obviously light is really important to filming. And so it was kind of a competition between the three. And I guess we all know who won that, which is why, which is bringing the LA and the Perth artists together. So it was really about quality of light and, those sorts of ideas about materiality and vulnerability to materials. And so I'm really interested, obviously, as I was saying, in the different vulnerabilities of the bronze and how that relates to the embroidery, and it's a very different relationship. And so for this one, I actually sun bleached part of the work as well with the help of Annika. I sent it over to Perth, and then she sent it back after it was sun bleached. I mean, that kind of plays into the window thing as well. And it's funny, I've been overseas for like 3 months, so I'm quite frazzled, but then I went to Perth to see my family, and straight away I got out into the airport, and that's very specific light and smell, like, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it kind of hit me, and yeah, that windows is always part of that as well, and the architectural kind of connotations.
Yeah, I remember a friend of mine who said that whenever he stepped into WA, he felt like his eyes had been polished because everything is very bright and intense. And that exhibition that you were talking about, it references that Trifford song, that Trifford's album, The Love in Bright Landscapes. And I think popular culture is such an interesting thing for us to talk about as well, because I know it's a really important thing for you, Sarah, and especially when it comes to Voltron, really referencing that that Japanese popular culture with the robots, but also the new work, which you've titled based on a Ramones kind of reference.
Yeah, I just yeah, just again, just in lockdown, I was just obsessed with like early punk culture, the underground, and excuse me, and the new romantics. I guess basically like they would just look like they're having a great time, and we weren't. So it's like a part of that is always kind of living vicariously through whether it be a movement or a time period or a person or a group of people, in order to kind of achieve what, you know, is unachievable. And that's a thread that carries on in a lot of my work. And I guess for this particular work, yeah, I just really like the real pop, that hardcore sensibility of the Ramones. And, they just kind of get in, pump out their songs in 1 minute or 2 minutes and 6 seconds, and then they just get out of there. And then it's the next one. So I like that energy. I love that. I love the contrasting of those things together. I mean, it's right up my alley. Yeah.
Anne-Marie, what did you get into in lockdown, popular culture wise?
Probably film, really. I mean, yeah, let's say it's not my thing, but I guess I watch anime with my son. But yeah, I mean, I've got broad music interest, but yeah, not specifically.
So I wanted to talk a little bit about your work and how expansive it is, and in relation to the new work, the carpet work, which relates really heavily to the acrylic works that you've been making. And just to also sort of reiterate that you work in bronze as well, which is something kind of interesting, that you all sort of work across metal. And but in particular, sort of the kind of direct relationship between your acrylic works, which involve a lot of physicality to make, and the carpet work. And I wonder if you can talk to us a little bit about volume and space and how you've kind of reconciled the very flatness of working in the carpet plane, but how that sort of directly is related to the acrylic works.
I guess, with the acrylic work, I sort of think of them as a flat sheet of paper, or, it's a flat material. And so that sort of can be related to the bronze works as well. They start off as a flat piece of paper. And so with the carpet, I guess drawing is a big connector in the work. And obviously they're not going to be the carpet's not going to be contorted the way I contort the acrylic. So usually I heat the acrylic until it's soft and shape it through the scope of my body, or fold it, so it's sort of like a deformed material. I guess in this way, I'm cutting holes in the carpet, which is sort of like cutting holes in the decor, it's a way to kind of change its materiality. But spatially, I've exhibited the carpets on the floor in the past, or the floor wall, so they've sort of draped. But with this work, I thought you never see the back of the carpet, so I wanted to see both sides. So it's sort of, again, the sheet sort of thing, two sides, but also then on that scale and the way you install, it becomes spatial. So I've created a corridor around the work.
I think it's also really interesting when we think about the Anni Albers essay, the Pliable Planes essay, where she's talking very much about how weaving can occupy an architectural space, whether it be as a room divider, whether it be as the carpet on the floor, insulation. And it's sort of interesting for me to think about this work in particular to Albers and her kind of understanding of architectural space.
And I think too with textiles, there's sort of a real experimentation that Albers was doing, because I was reading how she was weaving with cellophane and other materials. And I guess for me, you know, there's experimentation sort of paramount. So there's a lot of just failure in the studio and just mucking around before I kind of feel that I can take it further. You know, this work's complex, I guess, because it brings together this drawing practice from other areas, but it's kind of good because it's another, you know, it's another body of work that could go in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I like, I think the idea of play and experimentation is important to all three of you. And it would be good to kind of sort of maybe think about that a little bit more, and whether anyone wants to talk about sort of experimentation and failing and what comes through from that process.
Yeah, I mean, for me anyway, like the embroideries themselves, the surface and the composition is really born out of like all my old cut up bits of the edges of paintings and things. So that's, you can kind of see the lines that create that kind of compositional element is just, it all started with me like cutting down and putting back together other works, which you know, a lot of people could probably relate to that destruction and then creative production and failing, and then, you know, inherently through that process a composition kind of comes together for me. And I mean, I don't draw anything or plan anything. It's very much like a kind of like slow motion painting process. So when I paint, it's really about the materiality as well, but it's like full speed with the painting, and it's kind of the antidote to this really very slow process. But yeah, very much the same and very much born out of, yeah, just trying stuff.
I've seen some of your works where the embroidered panels are pretty much covered by paint. And I wonder whether there's like how you kind of approach that, and where is that point where you say, I'm going to cover it, I'm going to leave some of the textile behind, or I mean, what's the process involved in kind of the painting and the textile?
Bringing them together. I mean, that's a really good question. And I think I'm always trying to answer it and I can't. Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's more the questioning that I'm interested in. And, you know, a lot of it's just like inherent, you know, everyday experience of something I might see. I mean, yeah, like I think Jacqueline was saying, like just walking around and kind of picking up on little elements, whether it's a color relationship or a material relationship, and then bringing that into the studio, whether you're aware of it or not. Yeah, and I recently have like kind of done what people would maybe say is the unthinkable, like covering these embroidered surfaces that take so long with paint. But there's something really beautiful about that potential of what can come out of it, and also the compacting of time as well. So yeah, I mean, I guess the answer is I don't know, and it's a perpetual question. But you know, and then also you get to a point where you stand back and it talks back to you, and you kind of understand the relationship within my broader practice. So yeah, it is again about play and experimentation and failing as well. Yeah.
And I know for you, Anne-Marie, the studio space is really important for working out some of those things. And I remember visiting your studio not so long ago, and it must have been in that one kind little minute moment in Melbourne where we were allowed to actually go and like spend time outside of homes. And you showed me and Catherine a whole lot of sort of materials that you use to sort of play with and work out your compositional sort of strategies. And it would be good to sort of talk about that, because there's such interesting materials that you use.
So I just collect things. you know, and I think I'm, you know, really drawn to tactile and things through the senses, and I think that comes out in my certain works more than others. So I have started collecting all these remnant fabrics, Japanese fabrics, linen, cotton only, and stripes, you know, sort of particular criteria I give myself. And, you know, they're sort of, you know, they haven't eventuated into work, but I think it's through that sort of messing around with things in the studio, like it's play, you know, and it's about sort of finding a way that the material speaks differently to what it is. Yeah, it's kind of like a attraction.
And Sarah, you talked a little bit about play, but I wonder whether you can talk about play in the studio and what that means to your practice and how important it is.
Yeah, I love play. I think it's something that you do as a kid and you're just not really aware that what you're doing is making and creating. And I didn't kind of understand that until I got older, and it was okay to say, yes, I play, you know, like, and like I'm always constantly trying to work out different relationships between things, whether they're harmonious or not. It's just like, I like the energy that's involved within that play. I get bored really quickly, so I need to chop and change things fast. So as soon as I think that I've got something in order, I'll switch to something else. So I like to have a lot of things on the go at once, because I really, I mean, I love energy in a work. I think I was saying that before, and I think you can kind of feel that within work when you see it, and play just has that vibe to it. So for me, it's really important to keep that fresh and alive. And so always in my studio there's, and also depending on how I feel, like if I'm in a physical mood, you know, I'll be much more using my body a lot more, or if, you know, I'm quiet, then I'll do a lot of sewing and just listen to a podcast or whatever it is and just have quiet time. And I mean, it's just, it serves all the facets of you know, the emotional landscape, if you will. But and it's, you know, I mean, it keeps me interested in what I do. I mean, exactly the same with Tila. It's like, I don't want to know the answers. I want to keep searching, you know, and I think that's, for me, really important in art and making and being an artist, is to always question and play and try and fail and, you know, just never solve it. Because I think if you solve it, then it's dead. I don't know.
I think it's really interesting the way you all talk about play and experimentation and the physicality involved in being an artist and making work. And I guess I kind of wanted to sort of end, because I think we're running out of time a little bit, but I wanted to ask you all if there were any particular influences that you felt artistic wise. It might be kind of an exhibition that was key to your sort of thinking, an artist that's really sort of resonates with you when you think about making work.
No, it's actually funny, this exhibition being so centered around the work of Anni Albers, because one of my favorite exhibition memories was a day in London. I went to the Tate, and it was serendipitously the retrospective of Anni Albers, and it was just a beautiful exhibition in so many ways. The work itself, being able to be so close to it, was really inspiring, and it was just interesting to see, even on a practical kind of pragmatic level. But it also featured a lot of she collected a lot of like Peruvian examples of Peruvian weaving, which, you know, from, you know, I'm obsessed with collections of most things and archival stuff. And so to kind of see that through her personal collection in the exhibition and with all of the other elements was really, it just felt like something, it was really exciting for me. and then after that exhibition, I was wandering around and happened upon, like, literally fell into this show of Forest Best paintings, these beautiful, exquisite little jewel-like paintings, and it was just like the best day ever. But you know, it was just those little things really. That was definitely something that I was thinking about in the context of this show and this work as well.
Yeah, no, we didn't really talk about collecting and archives and how important that is, but I kind of see that relationship very much with the way Anne-Marie collects materials and ideas. And Sarah, in your studio, it's full of references and collections and lots of different things. So I think that is something that's interesting in all of your work. What about you, Anne-Marie?
I just feel like my practice, my interests are so broad. So, and so they don't sort of literally relate to my practice. It's hard to say really what because there's different artists at different times. I guess I'm always looking, in the past, Albers and, really at the starting point, that was starting point to my practice. But I think there's been a lot of other exhibitions since that have probably influenced me. I mean, I always like looking at spatial things. I'm always interested in feminist, female practitioners, because I think when I say that sort of, particularly sort of post-minimal and minimalism, because it's like these other histories and it's this sort of alternative to sort of structure. And I guess in my, I've sort of resisted structure even by producing different bodies of work, but also working with sort of rounded forms and deflating things. Yeah.
Sarah, any particular influences or artists, exhibitions that have been key for your practice?
Yeah, there's obviously many, but I guess I'm like Anne-Marie, like I draw a lot of inspiration depending on like what I feel at a specific time or where I'm at, and it can range from the Aliens movie to makeup 1980s books to I don't know Iggy Pop's Instagram to I don't know, like I mean like the net is cast wide, and it just depends for me on my flavor at that particular time. Obviously there are always heroes that I go back to, and they're my little touchstones, but yeah, I mean like yeah, I'm not sure. I mean like yeah, they change.
Yeah, no, I get that. That's cool. I might open it up to see if there's anyone in the audience who has anything they'd like to ask any of the artists, whether it be about the work that they're exhibiting in the exhibition or about their practices. Yes. Oh, hold on. First, do you need a microphone or are you going to talk loud?
I just had a question for Tila. You talked a lot about your textile practice, and Sarah kind of mentioned about her working with aluminium and her process. You said you worked with a foundry, but I'm really interested kind of what the process was, because it's such a large scale bronze work and it has like quite a sense of tactility that I'm curious how you achieve that with such a large piece.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I didn't really touch on that, but yeah, I'm really fortunate in Melbourne. I work with Melwood Foundry, and he works with a lot of artists, and he's very generous, and he's also from an arts background. So he was able to kind of, I told him what I wanted out of the bronze. I wanted to have like that hand kind of built texture in it. Like I want my fingerprints to be part of it. And that, again, is that subverting the hard material quality that I was looking for. And obviously bronze is very expensive to use, and yeah, I wanted to do it as economically, as cheaply as possible. So for these works and the other bronze kind of elements that I make, I get this casting wax directly from him, and it's quite a brittle, weird kind of wax. I'm actually a bit obsessed with that as a material as well, but that's for the future. But yeah, so you just heat it up in like a electric cooking skillet and get it to the right temperature where you can make it in your hands into whatever shape. And so for something large format like this, I would send it to him in like 4 different pieces and kind of tell him how I want it put together. And he's able to do that just by, going through the process of lost wax casting. So I don't do additions or anything. It's just the one cast of the form, which for me at the moment is kind of conceptually important as well. I want it to maintain the same sort of original kind of element as the textiles do. And then like once he's got all those pieces, he puts them together and then I go and pick it up. But it's really heavy, as I'm sure you guys know. It's crazy heavy. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it was really heavy. But yeah, we were going to talk a little bit about collaboration, and I know Anne-Marie, you have collaborators that you work with on the production of some of your works as well. Is that sort of a similar process that you kind of draw it out, make maquettes, and then kind of work with collaborators on the production?
Do you mean like studio assistants, or I mean,
have you got?
yeah, no, sometimes, but yeah, the way, I guess my so I've worked with foundries, and it's very much sort of about working out how to make the thing, and so yeah, that collaboration is pretty important. So for example, with casting the bronze, which it's interesting. I really didn't want to cast into bronze when I first started doing it. I just felt like it was really like proper sculpture, and it was sort of from art school, a hangover from art school too, where it was just, that's what sculpture was casting bronze or casting and making metal sculptures. But anyway, I like the sort of balance between the weightlessness of the paper and the heaviness of the metal. But so I guess it's finding someone that's sympathetic to the process and patient. And then with the studio assistants, I guess they need working together. You develop this material knowledge of how far you can push the material, really, I guess.
So my question is also for Tila and also to do with your bronze work. When I first saw bronze with your work, it started off, it seemed to be a method or an armature or an embellishment to hang the work. Whereas now with this work, the bronze is holding it up, it's supporting it. Can you speak about that, the movement from the bronze as the hanging support to the support?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and again, like this goes back to like subverting the material hierarchy as well. So originally, I really love the idea of using bronze as in a relationship with the textile, like even just thinking about, and we were talking about this last night a bit, like, things like buttons and like, these tiny little methods we use with very contradictory materials to attach them to each other. And there's something really sweet about that and kind of something that I really liked. And so when I started using the bronze, it was kind of in relation to these little bronze rings, I think is what I first used. And I wanted them to be kind of small, small little bronze elements that were holding up this this huge scale kind of embroidered element. And I liked the way that, usually embroidery that we may encounter is quite small scale. It has all those connotations. And I just really wanted to kind of flip the narrative a bit. And I'm still very much interested in that. I just, along the way, have started to like push and pull how I use the two materials. And, with this, it's kind of my first foray into thinking about the scale of the bronze in a more similar relationship to the textile. And like I've also started thinking in more sculptural ways, whether it's with the leaning relationship or in the future, the idea of using bronze and literally, you know, maybe putting it out in the weather and working quite sculpturally as well. So it's kind of, I guess it's like a progression of the relationship between the materials, and yeah, and it keeps me asking questions as well. But yeah, definitely that supportive element or that kind of relationship between the two is something I'm really interested in. Like, I don't want it to just be this, you know, bronze monumental sort of forever thing. I really want to think about it, and the textiles helps me do that as well. So yeah, I hope that makes some sort of sense.
Oh, there's another question down here.
Sorry, Anne and Sarah, but it's also a question for Sheila. You've got, it's a colour question. It's about the sky and this work and this series of work, but you've got red.
Yeah.
Is that an accident or deliberate?
Sometimes it's an accident, but actually a lot of the time it's deliberate. It's just like I want to see the contrast. And, you know, I just, yeah, I feel like sometimes I'll be working in a real hurry, and I guess maybe a good example here is you can see the bits of red along there, because that's like a blanket stitch where the two pieces come together. And quite often I'm just in like a furious hurry, and I need to like put them together quickly so I can think about it. And that's when it will happen randomly. But more often than not, like it is a color choice. It's like a compositional detail that I like to add. No, well, sometimes it is. It depends if I've because I will kind of cannibalize work as well. So if it's not working, I'll cut it up and put it back together. So sometimes it is incidental, but other times it's just something I might want to see. Like, again, it's that idea of play. Like, I don't know what the color relationship will look like, so I test it out, and it doesn't always work. And sometimes I don't know why, but yeah, but when it does, I think it really adds something to, especially because they're so expansive, kind of gives your eye somewhere to land, like almost like a narrative, I guess, a compositional tool. Yeah.
There's a question up the back. Are you able to speak loudly?
Yeah, I'm fine. Sarah, the leather jackets, how did you wrangle them? How did you actually attach them and get them together? And I mean, it seems such heavy material to handwork.
Yeah, I just work on the floor. Okay. And then just through a process of cutting them up. And I mean, I guess it's kind of a mirror as well. So it was just interesting to go along with the stitches and cut, open those up and to see, I guess, like, is flay the right word? It sounds horrible, but like,
Flay them out.
is that the right word?
Splay.
It's horrible, but yeah. So I mean, it was almost deconstructing the object in order to then put it back together. So it was all made on the floor, and then slowly I would pin it to the wall, and then once I had a configuration, then I'd hand stitch it. Yeah.
So hands. Did they get sore?
Yeah.
I have a question, actually. What sort of like thimble do you use?
I don't. No, I use this. I use like a piece of rubber, and it's just like a little circle.
Yeah.
And I hold that with my needle.
Yeah. Okay.
So yes, yeah, it's just like a.
I think everyone's curious about the tools you all use, like the needle that you use, Anne-Marie, thimbles.
Yeah, I'm really curious about what you use. Yeah.
Go to Spotlight and get a set of needles. I found the glove. I think it's a glove needle. I think it is. There was a few. I tried the carpet needle. It's blunt. So this one was faceted.
Okay.
And so yeah, I guess it wasn't so, I really enjoyed sitting on the floor and sewing. It just, yeah, it was quite meditative for me.
Does anyone else have any questions that they want to ask? No, I think we're good. Thank you so much for this discussion. It's been wonderful getting some insight into the work and just talking casually and also having a nice little chat. So thank you all. And I'm going to pass over to Catherine.
Thank you, Karen, Sarah, and Marie, Tila. We're going to have a break now for an hour, and we might regroup at 2:15 for the keynote address from Antonia Syme, Director of the Australian Tapestry Workshop.
I'm going to leave it there, and I'm sure the cafe is fine. Just so I just felt visually. I can't see. Like James was everyone was getting everything sort of stuff.
Residency at the workshop. So I was the studio manager, and she was being taken on a tour. And she just dropped in at the workshop. Oh, wow. We got the she came and she was. Yes. Fantastic. It's really great. But we did that one. That's really what and so she stayed for a couple of months. And I'm trying not to. I'd teach her, so and then I'd go to the studio and I'd she had, this like, big legs, eggs, and he's been there since he's really. Oh my gosh, so then like, that's really precious. That's such a precious connection. Really nice. I'm really incredibly happy. Thinking and experience. And it wasn't, so much. Yeah. It's been said. No, that's right. You're lucky to remember the name. That's the next one. Anyway, it's good. It's good. We did very good. Yeah. I don't Jackie's got lunch. Yeah, I'm going to go to that. I'm going to Sarah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I'm not sure what it is. Yeah, we just every other now, that's a break. See the right sort of reason transition, but
That it was 3 p.m. up to your
The next 12 years.
Oh, okay. Are you going to the dinner spot?
No, I've got to all my old mates. We're going to see Freddie in hospital, which is very
So I was sure novels and then these guys.
yeah, no, I think that we didn't coordinate any rules.
I know. Well, we're loving having you here, so don't be a stranger either.
Oh, look, it's, you know, I was that 2 years of lockdown was so awful, and in that time, one tried to die twice, and so she cut off the hospital in the lockdown. I couldn't get over there. So whenever the boy came down, and I one was in the middle of some horrible winter day in lockdown again, and I was watching sparkly Sydney Day, and it was an observatory film.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I realised I was sitting there with tears started going, oh, oh, it was pathetic. I'll have to drink water, otherwise I'll faint, but I don't want to faint. That would not.
That's all we need.
That would not be good law.
Oh, the thinking last year. But it's like the angle of it is sort of subvert.
Yeah. I don't know, why is there not something that just gets
On it, you can't really
there's like redirect it like to here, to the screen, or to this, so like I mean, yeah. Burnley in Sydney with Jenny Lawrence. Oh, next panel slides onto the end.
Well,
I've always basically, sorry, I'll move you to the something.
Well, if I I'll show you on okay. Well, see, I didn't realize the novel in that Alice.
Yeah, but excuse me, it was our day and he liked it.
Well, that became something that Alice probably want to eat. I didn't want to knock them until well, I'm almost, anyway, the way that it panned out. This one, sorry, but.
See everything. It's good to see
There's a woman who's doing this stuff with the weave underneath some of the early impression. Somewhere around there. So that would be intriguing. Oh, just
On the other side of you.
It was very funny. I couldn't work out how to listen to it. Oh,
I know. I think we should be closer to the door. Stop it.
I'll always a better spot.
Have to leave after this. Okay, so
I met her.
Yes. I've just had lunch. I'm totally out of my area. They were off to the art gallery. We just grabbed it. We couldn't remember. So we just...
Yeah, that was significant.
I might get a better.
I might do.
Good.
We had our germs together.
Well, I'm a medium postcode, so I'm really good. I'm not going to share it, but I can't get it.
Now, do you want me to take them?
No, it's not, because I know where they are.
Is it too big? Just about. I said that. Oh, you remembered where you sat, did you?
No, I didn't. I'm sitting down.
Because we were all struggling.
You've chosen the same thing.
Why not? Well, I thought I might too.
You're in the right room.
Someone else has gone. So.
Yes. I now take notes, and then if I don't look at them soon afterwards,
It just needs
interpreting what I said. I am.
It speaks to me.
Oh, you're friendly.
We don't have one.
And they're all sort of
yes.
Yeah. I went that was my career, and then went on that route. That's I finally it's hard. So yeah, I am. Cool, true, yes. Occasionally.
Very closer now. Now,
Thank you for rejoining for the afternoon, everyone. We might get started. It's my absolute delight to introduce Antonia Syme AM, who is Director of the Australian Tapestry Workshop. The workshop brings together contemporary artists, designers, architects, and weavers to create hand-woven tapestries. Antonia has been the director there since 2009, and in her keynote address, she's going to provide some insight into the collaborative culture that's fostered there and how that's evolved into the commissioning and production of works for the tapestry medium. If we can all welcome Antonia. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. It's a very great pleasure indeed for me to be back on Bidjigal and Gadigal land, and I pay my respects to the traditional owners, past, present and emerging. It's a very great pleasure to be here today to be able to tell you everything you ever wanted to know about the Australian Tapestry Workshop, and over just 80 slides or so, so please bear with me. I just thought you're all visual people, and so you'd respond to all of our slides. I want to thank Jose, Catherine and Karen very much for inviting me to talk about the Tapestry Workshop, and also for putting on such a wonderful seminar today. It's so exciting for me to see your wonderful tapestry, so your wonderful textile exhibition, because to me and I'm sure there's a number of people in the audience here who will agree with me, it celebrates textiles again in a way that has been in the past and has disappeared and is now re-emerging, where we've got a celebration of of the textile medium as being incredibly important to art practice across the world. And just recently, I've seen the half of the Sydney Biennale, the Adelaide Biennale and the Australian Pacific Triennial, and it was just so heartwarming to see how many artists are working in textiles and who are shown now in that context. So it's very exciting to be part of this event because of that. Now, the Tapestry Workshop has been going now for 46 years, and Tapestry Workshops, by their very nature, are incredibly fragile beasts. They're very expensive to run. Tapestry is very time consuming and therefore they're very expensive. It has always been thus. So for the fact that the Tapestry Workshop has been going for 46 years is really quite extraordinary. There's been many, many ups and downs, but it is still going. And I think we've built it into a real centre of collaboration and cultural exchange around textiles. And I'm very honoured that one of our foundation weavers is here today. Sarah Lindsay was one of our first 5 weavers when the Tapestry Workshop started in 1976. Now, the reason it started was that a number of Australian artists were having to go overseas if they wanted to work in the medium of tapestry. So you had people like Arthur Boyd and John Coburn and John Olsen all going either to France or to Portugal to work in tapestry. And a number of very innovative and very influential people in Melbourne, Lady Delacombe, who was the wife of the then governor, Lady Murdoch, as she was then, but then became Dame Elizabeth Murdoch, Baillieu Meyer and others, really thought it would be a very good idea to start a tapestry workshop in Melbourne. We had extraordinary Australian wool and we had extraordinary artistic talent in Australia. So there was a scoping study done. It was set up in Melbourne, and Archie Brennan, who was running the very influential Dovecot Studios in Edinburgh, was brought in to advise on the setting up of the workshop. And one of Archie's people was it Barbara Ramsden, taught you all back in Belinda Ramsden, I beg your pardon, taught our first 5 weavers, and we went on from there. So over the years, there's been an extraordinary number of very talented weavers working at the Australian Tapestry Workshop. So I'll just run you through an overview of the workshop. We're in a wonderful old Victorian building in South Melbourne. It's always had a textile history. It was Harcourt and Perry Drapers, and then it became Patros Knitting Mills and then Gloria Glove Factory. So this beautiful old building has always had a textile tradition, which is very special to us. Now, we do have a fairly flexible space, and we've got state-of-the-art, 8 state-of-the-art looms on which we try and do all our work. It's deceptive. It looks like a very large space, but it's actually a very small space, and we do an awful lot in that space. We try and maintain quality control over all our materials. So we have a specialist dyer on staff. It's absolutely critical that we have even and solid colour throughout all of our 370 wool colours and 200 cotton colours. So that we've got consistency through our tapestries. We've got that they're as colour fast and dye fast as we can possibly make them, and they're the best that we can get in the world. Our wool is we get from Geelong, and it's about sustainable farming practices and humane animal practices, and they can trace the wool back to the farmer. So these are all values that we really want to be associated with. So Tony's responsible for all of the colours that we weave with. So the history of tapestry, I'll whiz through this, but tapestry, as reference was made to it before, was the most important asset that one had if one was a king or a cardinal or a pope or an aristocrat. Henry VIII had, I think, 2,000 tapestries, and one suite he commissioned was worth more than a warship. So that gives you an idea of the prestige and the status that being a tapestry collector gave you. Cardinal Wolsey had 600 tapestries at Hampton Court, and then Cardinal Wolsey gave Henry VIII 600 of those tapestries and Hampton Court, but it didn't really save him. And he used to, such was the munificence in which Cardinal Wolsey lived, that he had all his tapestries changed over at least once, I think once a week. Nice if you can do it. So this is a magnificent set of tapestries in France, many of which some of you will have seen. And indeed, you had the Cluny tapestries coming here, I think a few years ago, just before lockdown, which was an extraordinary privilege. We've been trying to get them to Australia for a very long time, so it was wonderful that they finally got here, even if it wasn't Melbourne. The Gobelin manufactory has been going since Louis XIV's time, and Sarah and I were privileged to go on a tour there many years ago, and they very proudly told us that the looms were in exactly the same places that they'd been in Louis XIV's time. So we're very proud that our loom design has moved on from there. But it's lavishly funded by the French government, and it's quite extraordinary how the French see that cultural patrimony and how important it is. I just wish we had the same level of support for cultural activities in Australia, particularly federally, but we live in hope. Well, essentially what happened was that paintings became more predominant as a highly desirable object as paintings started being painted on canvas and sculptures and so on. So tapestry over time faded in its importance, but there was one person, Jean Lusat, who was responsible for really getting contemporary artists interested in tapestry again. And that was a revival in the middle of last century. And this is actually a tapestry that is in the National Gallery in Melbourne. And I do believe the Powerhouse has one or two Lusats. Roger?
Yes, they do.
And there was references earlier to Corbusier, and he's done this wonderful series of tapestries in Chandrigar in the law courts. Harry Seidler has always been a fantastic supporter of tapestries, and he had tapestries commissioned for his Australia Square building. It's such a pity they're now no longer there. But Harry and Penelope have always been great supporters of tapestry. So again, some examples of the importance of tapestries worldwide and the artists that were working in tapestry. And I must say, alongside of all of this happening, you had some extraordinary women who were working in textiles and really pushing the boundary of textile practices. Albers, as mentioned before, Eva Hess, Magdalena Aberkanovics, etc. There's so many amazing women that were doing extraordinary things in the middle of last century. There's these beautiful tapestries in the Supreme Court in Tokyo. However, I just want to make reference to this particular tapestry that Utzon got called to design for, essentially for the Opera House, because of course we have a strong connection with Utzon. And because Utzon was unceremoniously taken off the Opera House project, Utzon took this home and finally, in the last decade or so, the family decided they would sell that tapestry, and it's come back to the Sydney Opera House, which was always supposed to be. And so that was a really lovely story. So now on to us. We've been going for 46 years and we've got a number of really important works in public places. The Utzon tapestry, as I mentioned before. Now, this has got a lovely story attached to it, because after Utzon was sacked from the Opera House, many years later, the Opera House decided to re-engage him, and he was no longer in a fit. Well, he was too frail to really engage with with the Opera House, and so his son was involved in liaising with the Opera House, and they asked him if there was any piece of furniture or any art or anything that he had thought about designing for the Opera House. And he said, well, he actually had a design based on a Bach symphony, and so out came that design, and we were commissioned to design that from the Opera House. And I urge you, if you haven't seen it, it is in the Utzon room and it is utterly magnificent. It's the most superb piece. And he was very, very aware of the acoustic properties of tapestry as well as the aesthetic properties of tapestry. And it's done very specifically from that room, and it's absolutely superb. Again, there's a number of key works of ours in the Melbourne Recital Centre. That in that instance, that was a special commission for the opening of the Melbourne Recital Centre, which happened on Dame Elizabeth's 100th birthday. And because she was instrumental in setting up the Tapestry Workshop, it was seen as a wonderful idea to marry her to interests through commissioning an Indigenous tapestry for the Melbourne Recital Centre. The one below, the Yala Yala Gibbs in the Art Centre was an example of where we first started working with Indigenous artists, which is actually right at the very beginning of our existence, which is a record we're very, very proud of. So the vision, the original vision for the Grounds Art Centre was that it would have the warm, deep colours of Central Australia, and that there'd be 7 major tapestries in the Melbourne Art Centre that would celebrate Indigenous culture as being the heart of creativity and excellence in the Melbourne, as the Melbourne Performing Arts. Well, unfortunately, the directors changed halfway through the project, so we only ever made 3. So I'm hoping one day we might actually see if we can get the other 4 done. There's also the beautiful Roger Kemp's that we did in the National Gallery of Victoria. 6 were commissioned over a long period of time. I think there's only 4 hanging at the moment because Tony Elwood wants to use that space a little bit more flexibly. But there's of course, our most famous tapestry, which is the Arthur Boyd tapestry in Parliament House in Canberra, which we understand, is the 2nd biggest tapestry in the world. Because of its sheer scale, it was actually woven in 4 pieces, so it was safer to install and essentially joined by Velcro, but a very, very, very special piece to us all. And again, working with a number of extraordinary artists over the years, we've worked with Imants Tillers for the Australian War Memorial in Canberra, a beautiful John Young tribute to Kenneth Meyer and his extraordinary philanthropy and contribution to so many sectors of Australian society. And then 2 really beautiful tapestries, an Indigenous and a non-Indigenous vision of Australia, which is essentially a big Ginger Riley Munda Walla Walla, which you can half see, and then the Sun's Rising over Australia Felix, the John Olsen. And that just shows the joys of tapestry. You can hang it on a curved wall beautifully. We've got a number of tapestries in hospitals, not yet in Sydney. There's been some close shaves. It's a project I'm still keen on trying to get up and running, where we get some tapestries in some Sydney hospitals. So this is a beautiful Sally Smart in the Royal Women's Hospital, a Robert Ingpen work in the Royal Children's Hospital, and one work by John Olsen, which is the 9th tapestry we've done with John, which is specially designed for the Peter MacCallum Cancer Centre. John was very, very keen that these people undergoing cancer treatment that had a really positive view of cancer because of their cancer treatment and of being in the hospital, because cancer is no longer a death sentence, and it's an extraordinary centre of research. And unfortunately, as John was designing this and it was being made, his own wife was diagnosed with a brain tumour, and so he and she never got to see the tapestry hanging, and he's a bit too frail to travel down there now. But it's certainly it's a source of great comfort to the many people that see it, and it complements their wonderful art collection. We've got a number of tapestries that we've created over the years for performing arts centres and Other important government buildings, and some examples here are the David Lowell, which was a special gift to the Esplanade Theatres on the Bay in Singapore, and the Singaporean government commissioned a wonderful piece by Eng Tao for their Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and that enormous Aotea tapestry in Auckland, and that you're only seeing half of it because the tapestry drops down, I think, about 11 or 14 meters. It's an enormous tapestry, so it was very hard to photograph, so you can see, get a sense of the scale of it. And I might add, we're working on a tapestry now for Parramatta, for Lang Walker and Walker Corporation, for one of his big buildings at the moment. And the tapestry is going to be 7 meters high by 11.5 meters long. And it's so large that we actually can't ever hang it at Tapestry Workshop because we haven't got the ceiling height. So I'm going to have to find some big floor space to be able to square it up and finish it off, because we just haven't got the space. We've also got a number of tapestries in embassies and high commissions overseas. We've got 10 works that have been designed by Indigenous artists so far. This is very dependent on finding donors to be able to commission these tapestries. So we've got tapestries in, here we have Washington, Paris, Rome, and this wonderful Brooke Andrew in the residence in Singapore, which was designed by Perth architect Kerry Hill. And then the beautiful Patrick Mung, which is hanging in Dublin in the residence. And on the far top corner is the beautiful work that's in the residence in India. And the most recent work by Naomi Hobson went to hang in Jakarta late last year. Unfortunately, the associated programs around the Naomi Hobson had to be abandoned because of COVID, but we're hoping that we can resurrect those programs, about which I'll talk later. And then the beautiful water holes on the Canning Stock route is actually in the Embassy to the Holy See. We've got 2 embassies in Rome, our Australian embassy and the Embassy to the Holy See. We pride ourselves very much with working with contemporary artists. That was, we still get regular calls from people wanting to, they want a Bayeux tapestry from us. We have to point out that's an embroidery. They are also very keen to have some medieval views, and we have to point out that our ethos is very much about working with contemporary artists and architects and designers. It's our weavers are extraordinary artists in their own right, and it's very much about focusing on that collaborative exchange between them all to create the finished product. In some ways, I think it's like a ballet or a piece of music. You've got the composer, you've got the conductor, you've got all the talented people in the orchestra that all come together to make the final product. And I think that's a good way of thinking about tapestry. Now, this was a wonderful work we did with Guan Wei. We'd been wanting to work with Guan Wei for a very, very long time. We have a tapestry in the embassy in Beijing, one by Pedro Wanamiri from the Tiwi Islands. And we wanted to extend our exchange with Asia. That's been something that's been very much on our minds. And we have done a number of works with Asian artists in the past, and this was an important artist we wanted to continue that exchange with. This was a glorious piece that really tested the weaver's mettle, and they just adored it. I'm not sure, you can see, but there's such fine design on this tapestry, and we obviously had a finite budget, that the weavers came up with this very ingenious way of doing a very thin, fine warp set, and so that they could actually do one pass, one bead over each warp for the areas of very fine design, and then go over 2 for the other areas. So you get this lovely sense of 3 dimensions where you normally wouldn't. It's really one of the most special works. So here's some of the detail of the weavers working on it. These glorious characters, very fierce dragon. This is another wonderful collaboration that we did in 2018. This was to go to the Sir John Monash Centre in Villebretonneau. It was a new centre that was lavishly funded by Tony Abbott to commemorate the First World War. And we worked in consultation with the War Memorial curatorial staff, because we were very keen to have their input into who we might approach to do designs for this. Again, there was a range of funding. We did manage to get some funding from the federal government as part of their World War commemoration funding. And we went out to 4 artists that the War Memorial recommended, and we agreed with that they come back with some designs responding to our brief, and Lyndall Brown and Charles Green were the ones that won the commission. Now, Lyndall and Charles were war artists. They have been to Iraq and to Afghanistan, and when they were originally approached by the War Memorial to be war artists, they put up their hands and said, "Why are you coming to us? We're pacifist vegetarians. So, why are you coming to us to be war artists?" And the War Memorial convinced them that they were extraordinary artists whose response would be highly valued, and would bring an extraordinary view to commemorating the amazing sacrifice that anyone in the armed services does by going to war or being a prisoner of war, etc. So this was an incredibly moving piece, and the motivation behind this was to get a sense of the fact that so many of the people that were conscripted or encouraged to join up in the First World War were told that they could come out and see the world by going to war and fighting for Australia. And so many never came back. But they were talking to a chaplain, I think, in Iraq, and he said his job was not to proselytise. It was very much to have a helping hand to help bring people back to real life. So it was an incredibly moving story. And as you can see from some of the photographs they collaged, that some of those are people on stretchers on the troop ships coming back, so desperately badly wounded. So we were able to have a temporary hang at the Shrine of Remembrance in Melbourne before it went across to Villebretonneau, because it was never going to be seen in Australia again. And the Sir John Monash Centre was opened by Prime Minister Turnbull and the French Prime Minister at the time. And there was something very satisfying about Australians bringing tapestry to France. And here's some of the detail that the weavers were working on, and where the weavers are so extraordinarily skilled in so many ways. But because the viewing distance of the tapestry was really going to be about 10 metres away and up to about 3 or 4 metres high, the weaving was very abstract close up, but it came into perspective as you got some distance on it. So I can't overestimate the skill that those weavers bring to all of our projects. Every project is different, and every single project challenges them in a very different way. In the sampling process, which we'll touch on a bit later, we do all our experimentation. There's Lyndall and Charles with the finished tapestry. This was a lovely collaboration with Janet Lawrence, and I've been wanting to work with Janet ever since I got to the workshop. She was a friend from my Sydney days, and I thought that her work would translate exquisitely into tapestry. This was a wonderful work for a Melbourne client, and Janny's practice is extremely collaborative, so working with us was just a different way of working for her, and one that she found extremely fascinating and challenging. What we do is when we start a project, when we have the final design, we do all of the weavers do a whole series of experimental samples. They're trying to establish what will be the palette, what will be the interpretation, what are the best ways to render the artist's vision in a way that brings power to the tapestry, but also maintains the original artist design integrity. So it's a fascinating process, and one where the weavers work very, very closely with the artist to decide on the final outcome. You don't really get a sense of it here, but Janni's work really, or you can see the palette there. You can see how many colours are involved in actually creating the tapestry. There was possibly 100 colours or more there. The weavers are just so skilled in blending colour. You have there's around about 12 colours on any one bobbin, and it could be a change of one or maybe two threads, which will give you that subtle movement across the plane of the tapestry. And they do it so seemingly effortlessly, but there is decades and decades of extraordinary experience in what they do. Now, here's the Naomi Hobson that we did for the Jakarta. That was a wonderful work, and so many of our embassy tapestry projects feature artworks by Indigenous artists that are really talking about loss of country, loss of, or in many cases, life, where there were massacres to force people off the land. Whereas this is a really joyous story. This is a story of cultural exchange, really. It's about the Macassans coming down in the trade winds to pick up bêche de mer, and they would have these long camps until the trade winds changed and they could sail back to Indonesia. And of course, they bought tamarind trees. There was exchange of language. There was exchange of partners and so on. So it was a rich cultural exchange, highly valued by all parties. And there is talk that the Morningstar polls, the Morningstar polls were based on the masts of the prow, the masts and sails of the prow. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it's a delightful story. So this was a very enriching story about bounty and exchange and cultural diplomacy. Unfortunately, the Australian government put an end to this bêche de mer trade last century because they couldn't find a way of taxing them, which was a terrible shame. And here we just again shows a close-up of the process. And for all of you that haven't been to the Australian Tapestry Workshop, I do invite you to come and visit us. It's always such a pleasure to share with you all the work that we do. It's really, images don't do justice to the extraordinary skill of our team. There were some silver linings in COVID, not many, but one of them was our Weaving Futures project. We were contacted fairly early on by an incredibly generous benefactor who's been extraordinary for the creative sector over a long period of time. And his foundation approached us, just wanted to give us some money, straight up, $40,000, but it wasn't for us. It was about, we were the channel to artists because artists had fared so badly in lockdown and couldn't get JobKeeper and really suffered during lockdown. So what we did was we used it as an opportunity to build up a bank of fantastic tapestry designs that we might utilise when we had the chance. So we went out to 15 artists and got a series of designs, and then we were able to leverage that to get a grant to weave 4 of the tapestries with a very close collaboration with one weaver to one artist, and then as a post-COVID recovery project. And that was an extraordinary exchange. And it gave us the opportunity to work with artists that we wouldn't normally have the ability to work with. So we've got Atong Atem and Hayley Miller-Baker, and these were incredibly enriching collaborations. It was really extraordinary, and we're really hoping to build on the success of that to do more. And the other two were Troy Emery and Eugenia Lim. So all very special projects and very enriching on all counts. Tapestry and architecture, there's been many references earlier to the Bauhaus and so on. And it's something that my former chairman of my board, Peter Williams, raised. He came up with the concept of having a tapestry design prize for architects as a way of re-engaging architects with tapestry, because there was a very close relationship many, many years ago, and then that got lost in the mists of time. So we were very keen to try and see if we could expand our audience, both from a business sense, but also a creative exchange sense and an audience sense. And we were very lucky to get the support of Architecture Media, who's the biggest publisher of architecture and design magazines in the country. They got right behind us and supported us. Of course, where else could you launch a tapestry design prize but at the Sydney Opera House in front of the Utzon Tapestry? So that was a very special time. And just making reference to that, this is the process by which we did engage with Utzon on the Opera House. As I said, he was too old to really feel comfortable about travelling again. So the Tapestry Workshop sent a weaver across to work with him on the tapestry samples and colours and so on. So we've run 4 prizes to date, and the tapestries are very much, the tapestry process is very much around architects designing for very specific sites. So we've had some amazing sites, people that have come on board. The scariest, I think, was when I had to approach David Walsh to see if we could use Mona. And finally he came on board and said, yes, he would, but only if he could write the brief. So anyway, we got through that and it was fantastic, but he didn't buy the tapestry. So here we have the Tapestry Design Prize being launched down the bottom in front of the Utzon Tapestry. Justin Hill here, I want to make the point that this is in the days of really rich university educations 30 years ago. Justin actually, when he was studying architecture, did tapestry as an elective, and he made the mistake of telling me right at the very beginning. And so I was very keen for him to enter the prize, and he didn't enter the first year, but the second year he did, and he won. I might say we have a very specialist design panel with architects, usually with a board member of ours who is also a skilled tapestry weaver and artist, and usually a curatorial expert as well. So I'm far too. I value my life. I don't go on I'm not a judge on the panel, but it's always such an enriching process. So the middle image at the top is the winners of the 3rd Tapestry Design Prize, and the concept there was terribly subversive. The girls were subverting David Walsh's idea about Mona, and there's a beautiful circular James Turrell sculpture, and they actually envisaged that as wrapping around the Turrell, which is like a Mercator map, which was a very special concept. Oops, now, okay, what have I done? There we go. So, sorry. Yeah. So this is the winner of the first one, which was John Wardle, which was an extraordinary commission, and it was made multidimensional really, because he was working on Phoenix for Judith Neilson. So essentially, John convinced Judith to commission this tapestry, and there was so Judith Neilson came on board because her father, when he was being repatriated as a prisoner of war, was taught tapestry weaving in Alexandria in Egypt, and that stayed with him the whole of his life and meant so much to him and meant so much to his recovery. So that struck an extraordinary chord with her, and she commissioned this beautiful tapestry. At the moment, I think it's I think it's going through the processes of being donated to an important cultural institution. So watch this space. But that to us, that was such a special story on so many levels. So Tapestry is not just only the extraordinary designs and collaborations with our artists and weavers and architects. It's also those other stories that Tapestry brings to people's lives. And here we have the cutting off of the tapestry. It's a very special moment in people's lives, as it's really like cutting an umbilical cord. So we always get the key people involved in the tapestry to actually cut the tapestry off the loom. Once it's cut off the loom, of course, there's an extraordinary amount of work to get it to where it hangs on the wall. Now, this is the work that Justin Hill designed, having come from a tapestry unit background. This really demonstrates, I think, the fact that he's also a theatre designer. He's got his own production company in Singapore, as well as being a fantastic architect. So I think all of his incredible skills are brought to this design. And of course, the weavers just did the most superb job in interpreting his design. It was a really special collaboration. At the time, Kerry Hill's wife died of cancer, and then shortly afterwards, Kerry himself died. And Kerry and Justin and Simon Cundy were the three partners running it. Simon had retired, and so it was a very tough time for Justin, and he said that actually this project carried him through. It was so important on every level to taking him through this extraordinarily difficult period. And here we are again. This is a wonderful example of all the bobbins that are involved and the extraordinary colour combinations. When you consider the mathematical permutations of 370 wool colours and 200 cotton colours, and having 12 bobbins, 12 colours on every bobbin, you know, it's extraordinarily mind-boggling. But you know, the weavers do it with consummate ease and extraordinary skill. So I'll just whiz through these because I've got an awful lot of slides. And this is the last winner that was judged last year. And this was the actual site was Phoenix this year, last year, I beg your pardon. And again, this is the sampling process where we actually sampled all the finalists and exhibited them along as part of the Asia Pacific Architecture Festival in Brisbane a couple of months ago. So we're always trying to look at ways to increase our audiences. So many people don't know about the Tapestry Workshop, so we're very keen to explore all the ways we can do it. One very important thing for us is our prizes. So these prizes started possibly 8 years ago, 8 or 9 years ago, and it was a wonderful way of celebrating tapestry, and it's really a wonderful international survey of small tapestries. So we're keen to get artists from all over the world to send us their tapestries, as long as they fit into a padded post bag. So we have size restrictions, but it's extraordinary to see how many amazing artists are working in tapestry around the world. So that's a very special event that we run every 2 years, and we have a prize for emerging tapestry artists in the first 5 years of their practice, and emerged artists or established artists. And a lot of this is available on our website, so I know this is a rush. And again, we try and have a very active exhibition program. We ask a lot of, we try and funds depending and supporters depending. We had a wonderful exhibition of Nuno and Reiko Sudo in 2015, which was extraordinary. And she was an amazing artist to work with. She wanted to have an exhibition, but then she also wanted a pop-up shop, and she wanted to do workshops. So she was just such a fabulous artist to collaborate with. We try and do a series of really interesting exhibitions in our spaces, and I'll just again quickly run through these because we're running out of time. And we also try and build a whole range of public programs around our exhibitions, such as workshops and open days, and you can see some examples here. And again, this is a recent show that we did to coincide with Melbourne Design Week. And it was artists that are working with essentially leftovers or refuse and recycling into lovely artworks. Sorry, I'm running, I'll go quickly. So a very active exhibition program. We also try and collaborate with our colleagues around Australia as much as we can. And this was having the Guan Wei in Object, what used to be Object, but the Australian Design Centre. And Tarawara Museum of Art in 2011, where the curators were very keen to explore what the original design is and where we take it with tapestry. Again, so the Tapestry Design Prize exhibition going to MAST, which is a furniture showroom in Brisbane, which was all about extending their audience and extending our audience and having, again, that great creative exchange. This is a wonderful exhibition that I don't know if any of you saw, that was up in Bathurst Regional Gallery in 2019. Really, really wonderful show. They actually commissioned the Luke Scaberis, which you can see top right. And then they, to celebrate this commission, that they actually hung this whole extraordinary show off it. It was an absolute delight. And again, this is a special commission we did with Jam Factory to coincide with their icon show on Kunmanari Carroll, who unfortunately didn't get to see the show. He was in very poor health and died just as the exhibition was opening. So his wife and his daughter were able to cut the tapestry off the looms. And also 2 wonderful David Noonan tapestries that we've done that were hanging in the Institute of Modern Art in Brisbane in 2012. And this was a fantastic touring exhibition that was done, curated by Sarah, in fact, that toured through a number of places overseas. Started off in Prado and then went to the Australian Embassy in Paris and then to Washington. And this actually stayed in Washington. The whole exhibition was hung around the fact that this was the tapestry destined for Washington, and a wonderful cultural exchange with Edinburgh Studios, with Dovecot Studios in Edinburgh, and we also built a weaver exchange around that as well, which was absolutely wonderful to essentially to bond with to the mother studio, essentially, because we consider ourselves child of Dovecot, because we were set up very much on that Dovecot model. So it's quite extraordinary for us to continue that exchange. The Artist in Residence program is a very important part of what we do. It's about opening our creative space up to artists of any persuasion. We can have musicians, composers, we can have buto dancers, performance artists, ceramicists, and a whole range of artists. It's about that creative exchange. And then essentially the next year we will have the work that they've done in our studio as part of an exhibition program. I'll whiz that. So this is just, again, whizzing through our creative exchange. And we've also found a fantastic supporter to help us have more of an exchange with Indonesia, our closest neighbour. The last collaboration I really want to talk about is the Indigenous opera singer Deborah Cheetham. She was so taken with our embassy tapestries. She's now composing new works around each of the embassy tapestries and performing them in each country with musicians from each of those countries. And we managed to pull 3 of those together for a performance just before lockdown with all the Asian places that we'd performed these in. And Deborah's had commissioned gowns by Linda Britton, again inspired by the tapestries, and we were able to also display those as well. So that was also as part of Fashion Week as well. So it's about how we can take tapestry and look at as many really interesting collaborations and exchanges as we can. Stewardship's a really important part of what we do. It's very hard to keep the wheels on the Tapestry Workshop. We don't get federal government funding. We get a little bit of state government funding, so we need to look at getting support wherever we can. So there's a range of events that we do. to encourage that exchange. We have an active friends program with a whole series of lectures that we run each year, again to engage people. We're part of M Pavilion, which is the architecture pavilion down in Melbourne, and we run programs as part of that with workshops. And of course, tapestry weaving classes for the next generation of weavers. And we were also doing a wonderful program with Royal Prince Alfred, Chris O'Brien Lifehouse to bring tapestry to these people that were so desperately ill as a wonderful creative distraction for them. And people on dialysis, it's where they can easily work with tapestry. So thank you for putting up with so many slides, and just to give you a potted history of everything that we do. And I really would like to encourage you to come and visit us if you haven't been there, because I've got the most extraordinarily talented team. It's an absolute privilege to work with them. And I think you've got a measure of the extraordinary work that they do. It's one of the few workshops in the world. And I'm hoping that we can take it forward for the next 46 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonia, for that fantastic presentation. Sorry that we had to rush you there at the end, but that was wonderful. Our final panel of the afternoon is called Material Intimacies, and it brings together Katie Dyer, who is curator of contemporary at the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, with Katie West and Kate Scarterfield. So it's the Katie panel. I might invite all the Katies to come and take a seat. This panel will consider the relationship of textiles to the body and to the environment, and we'll also look at the significance of textiles in material culture. If we can all welcome Kate and Katie.
All right, there we go. All right, thank you so much. I'll try not to trip up over my tongue with the Kate and Katie's. Thank you and good afternoon, and thank you for your introduction, Catherine. I would like to start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land that we're meeting on today and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and recognise that sovereignty was never ceded. So I'm going to do a little bit of an intro, so bear with me. I'll probably have to read my notes a little bit just to set the stage a bit, and then definitely we'll be handing over to much more interesting speakers of the last panel, which are artists, and I hope you've been able to see their work. If not, there will be a chance, I suppose, after we finish up here. So firstly, just a huge congratulations to Catherine and Karen for curating Pliable Planes. They've developed such a rich and sensory and complex exhibition with really wonderfully experimental artists. And it's been really a joy today to catch up with a number of them that I know and meet some new artists as well. So, and thank you to UNSW Galleries and the team for convening this event. It really is such a welcome moment to reflect on the vital sensory nature of materials and textiles. We've been talking a lot about that, and I don't know if it's a kind of just a fatigue from screens, but really, really noticing over the years a kind of incredible momentum around the use of textiles in contemporary practice. So to consider this moment in visual and material culture that I think is a witness to a huge shift in the understanding, perception, and even tolerance of binary terminologies like fine art and craft, and more generally with disciplinary boundaries that compartmentalize and constrict fields of inquiry. In work that I do as a curator, I really feel that there is a seismic shift in this adherence to boundaries around cultural and knowledge production. And I definitely welcome this. Materials and textiles are fascinating in the sense that they are quite troublesome. They continue to resist containment. And for example, in the well-rehearsed arguments about so-called applied arts and fine arts, in fact, they may be some of the most central protagonists in these arguments and discussions. So we've had many fantastic presentations, and thank you, Antonia, that was wonderful kind of context there, really addressing some of these issues along with the panels earlier in the morning. So deep consideration with artists who bring kind of to experimenting with materiality and spatial fluidity and process. And also in relation to the institutional concerns around what is art and what isn't, and really what kind of spaces certain works can be shown in. I think that's a really important aspect and something that's being touched on here today already. This has huge historical and social impacts when consideration is expanded to directly address the colonial legacies of disciplinary boundaries, which sort of imposed definitions of art, craft, applied arts, and artifacts even. The artists, as heard in discussions today, have also had to face head-on the gendered critique of practice which employs textiles, fibres, stitching, weaving, embroidery, knitting, knotting, etc. So I consider myself very lucky to work at a museum that values and cares for textiles and fibre works from around the world and really across time. And you know, you mentioned the extraordinary work in the Powerhouse collection. Just give you a tiny little trajectory. So, you know, when you search textiles in our general collection database, you get over 10,000 entries. And, you know, that's everything from kind of Egyptian Coptic cotton textile with, you know, flower motifs from sort of 400 CE to looped billums from Papua that for carrying babies or communicating messages, sort of proto-feminist work from the 1970s from artists like Polish-born Ava Pachuca, silk batiks from women in Utopia, including Emily Kanware, and you know, things like the Australian AIDS memorial quilts from the 1980s and 90s, up to some more recent works like Wiradjuri artist Carla Dickens' Bound series, which are sort of sewn and embellished straitjackets. Really incredible examples of transnational textiles and fibre-based works that really speak to the power and the vitality of objects, to what Jane Bennett calls the materialism of lively matter. When she's discussing her ideas of thing power. She defines thing power in one sense as the curious ability to, the curious ability of inanimate things to animate, to act, to produce effects dramatic and subtle. So this deep conviction that things have the power to addle and rearrange thoughts and perception is where I want to start the conversation today with Katie West and Kate Scarterfield. Two amazing and radical women makers, I think, who think deeply about the alliances of things, both animate and inanimate, and the energetic forces that sort of course through humans and culture. So Katie West, just very briefly, a little bit of a bio, is a Yinjibardi woman from the Pilbara Tablelands with a strong sense of home in the Noongar Boodja, Western Australia. Underpinning her practice is an engagement with custodial ethics and Indigenous health and wellbeing perspectives. Kate Scarterfield's practice is driven by material investigation and deeply invested in archival and collection-focused research. Her work spans textiles, sculpture, installation, and video to explore relationships between the body, site, and space. So thank you for speaking with us today and welcome. And I'm going to start actually by getting you to actually describe the work in the exhibition. So before we expand out, let's really talk about what you've made and what you're presenting. Katie, do you want to start?
Sure. So the pieces in Pliable Planes are kind of a continuation of a work which was on at Pika more recently. So the show was called We Hold You Close, curated by Eloise Sweetman. And this exhibition was really like a merging of a few different things in my practice. So the textile pieces kind of held a space to view a video work. So they work as kind of creating space. The pieces themselves, they kind of made with fabric I've found in op shops, and in collecting the fabric, they're sort of very colourful and a lot of textures, and some have sequins, and some are also naturally dyed as well. Yeah, they're brought together in a way that's kind of modular to create space, but also they depict a basket at the bottom of each piece, and the basket is based on one that is held in the Burnt Museum collection in Perth. I haven't actually seen the basket in person. I've only seen a photo, and the first time I saw that was really recently in 2017. And it was a big deal for me because prior to that, I had no knowledge of any fibre or weaving tradition in my family. So yeah, these pieces are kind of emerging of skills I grew up with. So I feel like I've always known how to work a sewing machine. I've always liked fabric, but also connecting to this longer family lineage as well.
Yeah, that's come up a lot today, hasn't it? And that I think is a really important aspect of this connection with textiles, and it's often related to women, but also lineage. It's really really important element. Kate, your lineage is slightly different, but do tell us about the work and how some of those influences have transformed into your beautiful, expansive sailcloths.
Thank you. I mean, interestingly enough, my earliest memories of sewing and stitching are actually with my father. He had a small bag he called his stitty bag, which was basically for repairing sails. And he would use wax, cottons, and really big needles, which as a child I found quite terrifying. But he also picked up a secondhand sewing machine at some point, and I can just remember him running it in our old garage, and it smelled like burning dust. So that was my kind of earliest memories with needlework. And yeah, so I guess the work that you see in Pliable Planes is a 2-channel video work called You Don't Need Me to Tell You. I worked with cinematographer Josh Raymond to film the work on the south coast of New South Wales on Wadi Wadi land, and with Lawrence Pike, who is a really incredible musician and percussionist, who then worked on the sound score for the piece. And the 2 channels are sort of I guess a call and response to each other. The 2 different sites, 2 different textile wind instruments, that's what I call these pieces, and they sort of signal to each other back and forth. They're also very much about the weather conditions on that particular day at that particular moment. So giving shape to the surrounding atmospheric conditions and the wind.
Yeah, that's something I really feel very strongly when I encounter both of your work, is this sort of the act or the agency of other elements. So whether it's the atmosphere, wind, sun, plants, earth, and they're kind of interacting with the making of your work and the creation. So yeah, that's sort of in a sense is struck by that affinity with those elements, but also the body. So it's the body and the environment with these sort of additional components. And so while the work sounds sort of political in a sort of shouty, sloganistic way, I sort of see them as deeply political, in the sense that the political potential, I guess, resides in the work's ability to induce a greater sense of connectedness between humans and non-human things. And so I'm sort of wondering, you highly conscious of this and the sort of the connection, I suppose, to the environment and the idea of sort of ecological sustainability. Are those elements that are very of concern in your work as you approach making?
Yes, definitely. I think on one thread, I've really thought about my sense of connection to country as someone who's been kind of displaced as well, but also really wanting to practice in a way that kind of works for our planet and is maybe a bit more in time with the ecology I happen to be living in. Natural dyeing has been an important way to do that. I've also thought about meditation as well, and found that in the natural dyeing process you get to walk and take notice of your surroundings and watch. It's just a process where you do have to be in tune with what's going on and take notice of things like I with natural dyeing started out then finding that you disrupt to other beings' life, finding lots of things. I think not feeling so good about that, but then finding, oh, if I go and walk and collect after a few days, then it's a lot of material. So adapting the process in that kind of way. I suppose there was a point where I started to feel like I was kind of limiting myself maybe, or staying in a box about in terms of like Indigenous artists and I should be working with that. And kind of questioning at what point I internalized that idea. So with these works in particular, I'm kind of breaking out of that a bit and using whatever materials I find. So there's lots of synthetics. And, kind of entirely man-made synthesized materials sort of thing. But also wanting to make the point that these materials are of the world, the earth as well. They might be out of a cycle that's kind of healthier for the planet, but they're of this place. Yeah.
And Kate, what about your sort of relationship to those elements?
Yeah, I love what you just said, Katie. I think those materials aren't going anywhere either, are they? The wind instrument pieces that are featured in the videos or activated in the videos are made from repurposed sails and spinnakers, so they're highly synthetic, they're nylons, and I sort of splice them and cut them up together and stitch them into old parachutes as well. So I've been for a while now really interested in trying to repurpose and reimagine existing textile materials. That I think has come from, I guess, the lineage in my study and the development of my practice, where I've always been very drawn to textiles that have been used in some capacity or have already had a kind of previous life or history, that they have these rips or tears or fissures in the cloth that give it, it show that it's of another time and it has other stories and narratives attached to it. So that's something that I think has stayed with me into the work that I've been doing with these larger scale, quite unruly pieces, which the moment you take them outdoors, as you can see in some of the documentation, they have absolutely a vibrant life of their own.
I know they almost take you away with them at some points when you're watching the video. There's a lot of physical work in the creation, but I guess that's also interesting because that's a video, and obviously we're talking about textiles, and so there's a lot of beautifully tactile, very sensory objects in the show, but you're also dealing with layers of media and interpretation and mediation around that, but also your moving locations. So your wind instruments captured, say, for example, in the video we see today, but they could be elsewhere as well, can't they? They can traverse space.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something I've had to kind of come to terms with, being okay that I don't know what they're necessarily going to do. It really is dependent on the weather conditions, and I can do certain things, but I actually don't have formal control of the shape and the kind of different articulations they take at certain moments. So yeah, that's kind of, it's very exciting, but it can be quite challenging at times.
Yes, we've got a lot of sort of naughty words happening, like unruly and troublesome, and but obviously playful. And yeah, I guess that's the experimental nature of the work, is that it's open-ended to some extent. You sort of set a proposition, and then that must be what it's like when you're working with dyeing, but also you're open to with finding material. So then it's a kind of chance element there, isn't there?
Yeah, definitely. I've always sort of been drawn to, I enjoy searching and collecting things. Yeah, I suppose even in art school, I was very daunted by a blank surface and going with that. So I think when you find something already existing in the world, there's something to respond to.
Yeah, another element that is sort of shared in maybe some of your work, while your work is very different in its realization, but just thinking about today and looking at the work, and I was also looking for affinities. But it's this idea of kind of systems and relations that are very, very much, I think, embedded in the work. So maybe sometimes in relation to, say, historical collections or archives, or ancestors and kinships, or health and caring practices, or, you know, this sort of idea that you're talking about, kinds of collections, maybe ephemeral or even intangible in some ways. So they all kind of contain knowledges. What kind of knowledges do you think are you trying to produce in your work?
I suppose it's kind of a very individual endeavour with this work, but I am thinking about generations before and generations going forward as well. So I do see this work as kind of reintroducing basket making, weaving practices and string making into my particular family line. Just at the point of thinking about the storying that the baskets can do. So the kind of the opening of these baskets is starting to read to me as like a portal. So that has opened up thinking about different experiences of time, or the baskets and string making and weaving in itself being like a communication device through time.
I definitely, you know, get that sense when looking at that work, that the baskets and the method of making or applying the shapes of the baskets on top of the existing material, like there's a sort of, it does feel like that lens or portal. There's the thing, and then there's this sort of, yeah, tunnel, wormhole into something much deeper and bigger. And it's a great, you know, kind of way of making art, is to just actually, what you're doing is it's provoking imagination rather than controlling the response. And even though, say, for example, that dilly bag kind of style has a kind of motif that's sort of iconic, it's entirely expansive, I think.
That has been something that I've wanted, even though, yeah, it is a kind of repetition, but I've also deliberately, I approach each piece one at a time as an individual. So I'm not, it's not like a factory where I'm cutting out all these shapes and then putting these together. I want them to communicate as like individual makers and personalities, even in that long history.
And Kate, you know, we've had discussions over the years about your amazing sort of research practice and your interest in objects as sort of ways of mobilizing ideas, changing narratives, but also thinking about the future. Do you want to, I don't know, talk a bit, like I said, like with this sort of referencing of knowledge as it's sort of presented, or what does your work sort of produce? Or
I mean, it's a great question. And I think this idea of a kind of types of knowledges. What types of knowledges do you want to produce as an artist or as a practitioner or as a researcher? For me, I think it is really about a kind of an interest and an inquiry, a long form inquiry into materials and different stages of transformation. Something obviously that happens with these wind instrument works is they are in motion, they're kinetic there. So you see those shapes and those kind of billows lift and fall and move. And like I was saying before, there isn't necessarily a kind of control that I can exert over that. But that, I guess that inquiry for me has stemmed into a whole range of different kind of materials. I've worked with algae biomass really recently and oyster shell waste, and you kind of, I would still say even to that though, textile sits at the heart of those inquiries, or my approach to or affinity or the methodologies that I've developed by working through textiles informs what I do with those types of materials, and how I can try something, test something, but then let the material push back on you. I mean, great reference to Jane Bennett before, and that idea that a material is vital and it's vibrant and it has its own kind of agency and life force. I'm really interested in those different registers that materials can have as they shift through different stages of transformation.
Yeah, and yeah, with the current work that we're looking at on the screen and in the show, there's, you know, there's a kind of very visible manifestation, and then there's the kind of less visible, but there is a trajectory through time. I mean, just speaking of, in a slightly technical way, in talking about wind instruments, I mean, you are actually referencing signaling and semaphore. That's a kind of a particular form of using textiles and a particular methodology of communication. But then it's transformed into this whole other kind of creation that has a different kind of embodiment, a different perspective from time and from you. But do you want to just talk about that reference to the signaling and semaphore? I don't know if many people are conscious of that, but it's very sort of in the sort of influence of the work.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I often start with collections as a kind of departure point or as a jumping off point, and I've had fantastic opportunities to work with the Bauhaus collection before, and I've worked with the Australian Maritime Museum's collection. And when I was sort of starting to work with these nylon materials, these repurposed sails and spinnakers, I was looking also at sort of the different kind of histories of maritime navigation and signalling, and how information is relayed across distance. And there are these kind of fantastic photo archives of flags being used in different ways in the body in relation to these flags, and then the way that information is kind of broken down. So you have this other kind of articulated language through different gestures and different colors and contrasting graphic elements. And so I guess that all that looking and thinking oscillates around the making, and then I spend time in the studio. And so it's not about trying to recreate those particular signals or semaphores. People do ask me sometimes, well, what does it mean? What are you saying? And I'm like, well,
secret coded messages.
Secret coded messages. Yeah. But it also is a kind of, I guess it is in some ways a kind of futile gesture. For me, it's also about you know, these really bright, saturated, very synthetic colors in the landscape. They're as much a signal as they are a warning. And so they're doing something there, I think, in terms of, yeah.
Calling to attention in a way.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it.
It makes me think, you know, about a sort of sense of access. So you feel that this material is available for research, for reference, to remediate in a sense, reposition. And Katie referenced maybe a burden around the limitations of what she has access to or what she might need to represent in the world. Are you comfortable to talk about that a little bit more, like that difference between sort of mining what you want and then maybe sort of cultural burdens around, you know, the kind of making and access to information or representation?
Yeah, I suppose like really my practice has grown out of trying to make sense of my mother's stolen generations experience, and yeah, then my own subsequent sort of isolation from our community. So yeah, I haven't really had something that I can pick up and run with from her or grandparents and that sort of thing. Yeah, I suppose I've in that situation, it's always going back to like where am I actually standing? What are the kind of tangible things that I can go with? So I mean, initially it was our collection of family photos, and also the going to op shops and collecting fabric. While it's kind of a new thing in this context, like with this body of work, it's actually something I've done for a very long time, or early as a younger artist. So you kind of, I mean, like maybe going out into the world and finding something that you can then build upon. So I guess to decide to use that basket was a really big internal leap to go, actually, this is something that belongs to me. Yeah, so after pushing through to that, I'm now really happy to run with this way of making this sort of formula that of these yeah, those works in the exhibition, and it's also given me a bit of encouragement to actually go, oh, I could now use fabric to do my own weaving with. So yeah, little step by step.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to think about. Yes, the dealing with the kind of the physicality, but that it's leading to the next stage and the next stage. So maybe just take that moment to just change the discussion a little bit to talk about your understanding of how textiles and fibre are sort of defined in contemporary practice. And so when I was thinking about the show and your work and the artists in the show, but particularly with both of your work, I was thinking a lot about artists like Legia Clark and Ava Hesser and Rita Sawa and Cecilia Vicuna and many others, but incredible kind of artists who gave themselves permission to experiment with textiles. And so could you maybe tell us a little bit about like what's inspired your work? I mean, we talked about those sort of family or lineage, but like maybe from the context of other artists whose work you admire or influenced by. And yeah, do you sort of see that like those are historical figures up to a point? I mean, some of them are still practicing, some of them have passed away, but you know, like the social kind of conditions now, do you see them as very different than the people that you're looking to as sort of influences or inspiration? Well, it's good because one of the things about textiles talk today has been we really acknowledge the need of slowness and not rushing. So we can take a moment and pause and think. That's good because that's what some of this practice has really brought out in the desire to work like this. I know it's been interesting to notice that I think some people have been reticent to talk about who their influences are, and we don't have to, but we were sort of talking about broader cultural context, archives, collections, sort of the forces that are at play. But yeah, are there sort of, people's work that you've referred to?
Regina Wilson's work is really important. So yeah, she's an amazing master string maker and weaver. But the fact that she will translate that practice into painting, I find really fascinating, and to see it's like the same kind of energies taken back into painting. So yeah, the time and pace of there's a mirroring happening.
Yeah, it's interesting that making that point, because I think one of the things that's been really interesting about the discussions today is there's a materiality, but that's not doesn't contain the making, and the makers generally are just trying to use what they can to create or express something in the world. And so, kind of containing things around painting or sculpture or materials is sort of, well, this kind of work really helps blow that apart a bit.
I suppose like it kind of that this is a kind of weaving and stream making like three-dimensional category, and giving it the same weight and importance in kind of rebuilding that sense of history.
I love this question because I haven't been asked it in a very long time. So my brain just gone like, what am I looking at? Who am I influenced by? I mean, there's such incredible lineage and diversity and plurality in textile practice. And I think, but I also kind of, I guess I'm influenced and have been influenced by people like Anna Hamilton, Eva Hess, and but also not artists who are necessarily just working in textiles, who are kind of moving out into installation-based practice, performance practice, painting, sound. I am really influenced and inspired by scientists as well. And I've been working quite closely with a group of marine biologists and chemists for close to a couple of years now. And I'm particularly interested in the way in which the kind of speculative works in my studio practice, and the way that I work with that as a kind of method or an approach to a material, and then the way that they speculate in a lab when it comes to performing an experiment via a hypothesis. Or there is actually this quite incredible affinity, I think, between those two spaces. And there is a lot of kind of experimentation that happens, a lot of failure that happens that is also quite generative. And that's been something that I've really been inspired by and propelled by in the last couple of years.
Yeah, that's right. That was sort of something we were talking about earlier, was that while the practice will, that's what you're focused on, but the kind of fields of inquiry or different knowledges that will kind of come into your sphere in order to be generative is very rich, very broad, or can be, and probably best in a sense if it is. But it does sort of maybe bring me to a question that's not so much an elephant in the room, but you sort of keep referencing it. We're talking about this idea of gendered labor, and a lot of the people speaking today are women, but thank you, Akira, for, he's just left to burst that bubble. But I guess I just do want to ask, since we're all here, what it sort of does mean to be an artist, but to be a woman and an artist, and to be working with fibre and materials. Have you found it there to be a certain kind of biases, or do you just not see that now in the kind of making in contemporary practice? There's such a plurality of materials and approaches that it really doesn't, it's not really seen in that light anymore. Or do you still get little niggling, inkling feelings around that?
I don't think it's necessarily about textiles. I think it's just being a woman sometimes, and yeah.
Good call.
You nailed that.
No more, no further commentary needed, maybe. So I'm sort of conscious of the time. We were sort of planning we would speak for about 40 minutes and maybe open up to some questions. So yeah, curious to know if there are some questions. Antonia.
one for Katie. You referenced the bird collection. Do you have any access to the bird collection?
I've just made friends with someone there, so yes,
You'll
I'll
need to
get
speak.
see that basket at some point. Yeah.
Is it hard to access?
Not really.
No.
I've just been a bit shy, like basically. Yeah.
I talked to Kate. She's very good at getting access to collections. Make things happen here.
My question's for Kate. I haven't seen your video yet, Kate, but I love the way that you describe these as instruments. And I wonder whether the sound is important in the video, because sound hasn't come up today, and I work on a loom, and the sound of the loom is always with me. And if you think about textiles, there's so much sound in the textile, the fibre, the way it's woven, the way it's printed makes a difference in the textile.
Yeah, no, that is a great question. The sound that you hear in the video installation space is not actually a recording or any field recordings of the sound of the textile activation. That being said, when you're in and amongst these materials, it's kind of, I'd almost describe it as a little bit like being in snow, you know, if you're up in the mountains and there's a slight kind of muffle sense over your ears, because you're just enveloped in this material and it's kind of crunchy and crackly, but then it's also, it softens over time. And in one instance, the sort of one of the channels you'll see the material is just completely sodden through because the conditions when we shot were just also still so wet from all of the rain that, yeah, so that brought a whole other element of sound that I wasn't used to experiencing when activating the work. But Lawrence and I, so Lawrence is the composer that worked on the composition score. We've worked together previously as part of the soft topology project I did at UTS in 2018. And so he had a kind of an intimate understanding of the materials from that experience. And we just sort of had this interesting back and forth. And I sort of explained what I was trying to do in a slightly abstract way, which was to think about this kind of call and response. And he seemed to just get it very quickly because I wasn't after something that was melodic in a sense. I was after these kind of event moments and these kind of textural bridges between those. And the way that he drums, the way that he works in these kind of percussive sound spaces, just, yeah, there was actually a really nice affinity for that. So you sort of hear, I guess it's almost like a kind of signal and an echo that happens in the sound. And I think it just, yeah, it brings or creates a really kind of immersive atmosphere for the work.
Yeah, you raised a really good point actually about sound, and there's a number of works in the show that do have sound, and it struck a chord with me when Antonia was talking about acoustic properties, and I wrote it down because I was like, there is a lot of aspect of the textiles and fabrics in relation to that. And Katie, you sometimes work with sound, don't you?
Yeah, so the work at Pika had a 6-channel sound work, and that was created with my partner, who's a composer, and the whole idea around that was trying to capture the sound of making string, or the sense of patterning and like the rhythm of your body. So with the string making technique where you're rubbing fibre on your thigh in particular.
Yeah, really embodied again, and so really drawing that in. So we've sort of been talking a lot about the visual and obviously the touching, but actually there's also a beautiful kind of oral element to it as well. Do we have a final question? Oh, not a final one necessarily.
You spoke about I was going to ask before you said this, whether you had thought about actually moving your own baskets now that they had come into your practice around the tea. And then you said that you were thinking about that. How do you think that might progress?
I got lots of ideas, I suppose, with this kind of, these hanging work formats. I'm just wondering about kind of spending even more time with each piece and sort of incorporating multiple techniques. So the basket is kind of a circular weaving process. So it's like, and also kind of you have two threads and that goes back and forth, and each sort of sticking out a bit. So I'm just wondering how to incorporate that technique into these hanging pieces.
Thank you. Oh yes, there's a question at the back.
Hi, sorry. This is a question primarily for Kate, but maybe applicable to both of you. Kate, in your work, I'm wondering if you can speak about where it was all filmed and made and how, or if those particular places were important to the work.
Absolutely. So it's on the south coast of New South Wales. I guess I had my first experience down there in and around this site in 2019 as part of a residency with Bundanon Trust. I was down there for about 3 weeks on the initial kind of prototyping phase of these larger textiles, and I'd never at that point hadn't worked at that scale before. So Robin Herefield, who is also an artist and photographer I work with, joined me for that residency. And I can remember having a very frank conversation with him in the first couple of days where I was just like, I just need to make all the mistakes. And, you know, it was kind of this quite sort of fantastic residency, but literally the two of us running around empty paddocks and fields and just looking for different sites and looking at the way that the material behaved and responded to the air and to some of the different kind of handles that I'd stitched into different sections of these sails and parachutes, and the way in which that they, how you got them off the ground, how they would fall. Like it just, we spent a very long time, or I spent a very long time, I think, just building up a knowledge of what these things were capable of doing. And then I would go back into the studio space in Bundanon in the evening, and I would get out my sewing machine and I would hack and cut and stitch and move things around. And so I had always imagined doing a video-based work from that. So for me, the wind instruments, I guess, or the way that I call them instruments, it's about this idea that they get played, they get activated. I don't have a performance practice. That's not something I see myself doing in this sense, but it is about a sort of built up tacit knowledge of these materials and understanding where you're kind of in this interplay between the material, between the atmosphere, and then between your own body. And there are moments where you just actually need to sort of succumb to it because it is bigger and more powerful than you, and there's something fantastic about that and also exhausting about it too. But the particular site here you can see behind is the kind of cutaway rock face at Blackhead Reserve. So it's the northern end of Giroa, and we just spent a lot of time kind of walking around this headland in 2019. And what I was really fascinated by was the way in which the rock has all these really extraordinary fossilized shells and crustaceans impressed into the rocks. Like it's quite, you just get this sense when you're there that it is so much older than you. There's a much deeper sense of time in that environment. And there was something about, I guess, that impressed time and the heaviness of that rock, and then the kind of lightness of these materials when they're filled with air. And that's I guess how we arrived at that site.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's spectacular, isn't it? And then but the kind of intervention is spectacular, so it's a really beautiful dynamic. Is there a final question? No, everyone's probably quite tired. It's been a very stimulating but long day in a room. I guess just to wrap up, it is I guess really important to acknowledge that, like, that sense of time is in the environment that you're working with, and in a way Katie, you're also like time is so implicit in your work, but like the work itself kind of is able to arrest or stop time for a moment to kind of take that moment to reflect. But both of these practices have so much sort of reference to the physical making and the body. So yeah, it's a kind of, it feels like very vast and also very intimate at the same time. So congratulations on really beautiful work. Thank you. And thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Katie. I'll also just add that Katie West will be in the galleries tomorrow doing a string making workshop. So please come along and join us and we can make some string from found fabrics tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Thank you to all of our speakers for their time today and their generosity in sharing their experiences and insights. It's been a really, really fantastic day, and I just feel so privileged that we can all be in the same space again, having these conversations. The gallery is open until 5 p.m. So if you haven't had a chance to spend a bit of time in the exhibition, please go ahead and do so. And thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you.